Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Security Innovation Matters. I'd just like to say it's going to be very hot today. We've got it slightly cooler at the moment, but obviously we're aware it's going to be very hot. So please do feel free to take your jackets off. As I say, we have got some fans and some air conditioning, but it will be very hot. So I'm delighted to open today's symposium alongside my colleague, Professor Andrew Wootton. And we're thrilled to see so many of you here in Brussels, policymakers, practitioners, researchers, designers, all with a shared commitment to improving the way we approach research and innovation in the security domain. So this event is hosted by Engage2innovate, E2i for short, which many of you will already be familiar with. For those who aren't, E2i is a Horizon Europe project focused on a very practical objective, improving the uptake and impact of security research and innovation. Too many past projects have delivered outputs that fail to gain traction, tools and knowledge that aren't used in practice, or don't meet the needs of those working on the ground. E2i aims to change that. We believe that better, more impactful R&I outputs require a better innovation process, one that is human-centered, participatory, and grounded in real-world operational contexts. That belief runs through today's program. How can we rethink the way we design and deliver research and innovation so that it truly works for the people it's intended to support? Before I say a little more about what's coming up today, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to everyone joining us online. All of today's presentations and Q&A sessions are being live streamed via the E2i project's YouTube channel. However, please note that today's plenary discussions will not be live streamed, and the stream will also pause, obviously, during coffee and lunch breaks. Okay, so a few housekeeping notes. There's a cloakroom on the ground floor, as I'm sure you all know. The toilets are downstairs. Wi-Fi is also available throughout the venue, and the password is shown on the screen. It is now shown on the screen. Thank you. Please do remember to turn off your phones to silent or just simply keep them switched off. The other thing I would ask you is please keep these doors closed. We're trying to keep the cold air in this room, so if you could keep the doors closed, that would be great. You'll also see that you've got some tablecloths on the table. We are going to be using those for our plenary session, so please be aware of that. Say? The paper ones, yes, that's right. The paper ones on the top is what we've got to protect. Thank you. So during the breaks, we will encourage you to visit exhibition stands around the room, which will be showcasing the work of our 5 E2i Student Design Challenge finalists. Their work is a great example of the kind of creativity and thoughtfulness that this symposium is all about. So a little about today's format and the ground rules. As you'll see from the program, we have a full day ahead: presentations, discussions, shared insights, and collective reflection. Much of that will take place in plenary sessions, which we hope will generate honest and thought-provoking discussion. These plenary sessions will operate under the Chatham House rule. Is it not going? Okay. And you'll see that, yes, now on the slide behind me. The spirit of the rule is simple. Participants are free to use the information received, but neither the identity nor the affiliation of the speaker nor that of the participant should be revealed. In other words, we encourage you to share the content of what's said, but not who said it. This allows everyone to speak freely and honestly, and we appreciate your cooperation with this. So what to expect today over the course of the programme? So we'll be exploring the outcomes of security R&I projects by rethinking the R&I process itself. In a few moments, we're going to hear the opening address from the European Commission, followed by a keynote from the Europol's Innovation Lab, who will share their perspectives on the current and future state of innovation in policing and public security. After this, Andrew and I will introduce a new, improved, human-centered R&I process. This isn't just about better tools, it's about adopting a more systemic perspective, recognizing that innovation outcomes are shaped not only by project teams, but by the broader research and innovation landscape. We'll explore how that system functions today and how it might evolve to enable more consistent and meaningful impact. Following the lunch break, we'll turn to the challenges faced by those delivering research in the field. You'll hear from colleagues from across Europe, sharing findings from E2i's end-user research and drawing on past security R&I projects that have used human-centered design methods to reframe problems and co-create practical fit-for-purpose solutions. Later this afternoon, we'll preview the E2i Security R&I Toolbox, a practical resource designed to help projects frame problems more clearly, engage end users more effectively, and deliver results with greater potential for real-world impact. These sessions will be interactive. We welcome your feedback and thoughts. And finally, we'll celebrate the finalists of our Student Design Challenge, who have produced some truly inspiring responses to pressing security challenges. The finalists' work is displayed in the room where the coffee and food is being served, and we invite you to look at their work at 13 hours 10, so over the lunch period. Our hope is that today's session doesn't just inform, but it inspires, that it provokes reflection, encourages honest dialogue, and helps us collectively take steps forward towards better practice. Because if we want better outcomes, we need a better process, one that is inclusive, grounded, and genuinely collaborative. Thank you again for all being here. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce our opening keynote speaker, Nicolas Bessot from the European Commission, who will offer his reflections on the future of security research and the importance of designing innovation that delivers real-world impact. Thank you, Nicolas, if you'd like to come up to the stage.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, so thank you very much for having me here. It's both a privilege and a responsibility to deliver the keynote address at the second symposium of the Engage2innovate project. As we convene in Brussels, in warm Brussels today, it's quite exceptional for those who don't live here. I'd like to underline our shared mission. This is to ensure that security research and innovation output translate into tangible benefits for our society and for our citizens. We know very much that budgets are limited. We also know that budgets allocated to civil security research are no exception. And therefore, we do not have the luxury to do research for the sake of research. Our objective, our common objective, is to ensure that EU-funded projects have a practical impact. In Cluster 3 Horizon Europe, for every topic we draft, for every project we fund, we have the objective to make sure that the output will bring added value operationally, not just in the lab, not just on the desk of the research team, but also an operational added value. In recent years, we have witnessed a significant evolution in security R&I. Across Europe, EU-funded projects have given rise to new ideas, to groundbreaking solutions in the field of civil security and border management, some of which have been deployed by practitioners in their daily operations, thereby contributing to a safer and more resilient society. Yet, the journey from promising research to real-life implementation remains full of challenges. Strengthening the uptake and application of R&I outputs has emerged as a critical priority for us all. Since I joined the security research family a few years ago, I have heard consistently that market uptake is a serious challenge. It is the case for security research. It is also the case for other parts of Horizon Europe program, and in general, a lot of research teams around the world face the same issue. In the security research program, we have worked to address that challenge in many ways. We, of course, have a specific destination, SSI, looking at how to increase the impact of security research. We've looked back also at what we've done in security research over the last 20 years. We've had launched studies on the factors influencing market uptake, and we try to identify success stories and obstacles to this uptake. We have also in parallel stepped up our dialogue with practitioners to raise awareness about Horizon-funded projects. We have increased their involvement as well, first at our level through the EU agencies, Europol, Frontex, EU-LISA, for instance. Research and innovation is now in the legal basis of these agencies, so they can really engage with the Commission, with the project, to disseminate the results of EU-funded projects. They also gather the agencies through the EU Innovation Hub, where they exchange knowledge and share best practices on innovation for internal security. Furthermore, one of the distinctive measures we have implemented in Cluster 3 is the mandatory involvement of end users in projects. We believe, and we believed, and we still believe now, that it is a necessary condition, but also an enabler for further market uptake. End user involvement ensures that the project has a clear understanding of practitioners' needs and challenges, and in turn that the solutions they develop are aligned with those needs and can be applied on the ground. The involvement of end users contributes to ensuring that the final customers are more easily identifiable as well at the beginning of the project, from the start, and the end users associated to the project can then help reach out to a wider network of other end users at the end of the project that could benefit from the solutions developed, so they can become their best ambassadors. And finally, the end user involvement, research inception and implementation also contributes to creating a shared sense of ownership and collaboration, thereby fostering a positive attitude towards the adoption of the resulting innovation. So in the Commission, the end user involvement is not seen as a mere tick-the-box exercise to meet the eligibility requirements. End users must be considered and involved throughout the entire project cycle. And to make sure this is well understood, we have now, in Work Programme 25, further strengthened this. We have introduced in many topics a requirement that proposals should plan a midterm deliverable where practitioners involved in the project assess the project's midterm outcome. So it's not enough to associate a project, they now have to, the end users, they now have to assess the progress of the project midway through. With this, we hope to ensure operational relevance of the projects for the mission of their practitioners. But practitioners are also people. This is why it is key to embed a human-centered approach in our projects. This means designing and implementing initiatives not merely around abstract concepts, but also grounded in the practical experiences. In this respect, end users' engagement and human-centered approaches are both essential. Throughout the design and development process, the project needs to ensure that solutions are user-friendly, that they integrate seamlessly into existing systems and workflows, that this will contribute to reducing resistance to adoption of the final results and increase the likelihood of successful deployment. This is a bit of an iterative process. Of course, the end users are involved. They give feedback in the course of the project. And through that process, they identify and solve issues early on, improving the quality and applicability of the final outputs. So involving end users through human-centered approaches fosters stronger cooperation across the Eran system, bringing together diverse perspectives and expertise. Now, going beyond the end users, in the European Commission, we try to foster and strengthen the European security research ecosystem. I think this is the same process, but developed at a broader scale. And initiatives like CERIS, the Community for European Research and Innovation for Security, are a proof of our dedication to do so. With the CERIS community, we aim to facilitate interaction between the security research community and the ultimate users of research outputs by analyzing identified capability needs and gaps, and by translating them into research needs, and then into the work programs. Collaboration with the community remains therefore the cornerstone of our approach in Cluster 3. It is with this spirit of partnership that we will transform the potential for research into practice real-world solutions that enhance European security and foster competitiveness. I therefore invite each of you today to seize the momentum and opportunities presented by initiatives like Engage2innovate. By driving human-centered design and fostering operational relevance, we can meaningfully strengthen the European security research and innovation ecosystem. Thank you for your commitment, your vision, and your dedication to a safer and more secure Europe. And I hope you will move forward together with purpose and passion. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Nicolas, for that. Very good that you didn't bring any slides, because we're having, I think, some technical issues. But I'd like to next invite our next opening speakers, which is Nick Azeri and Magnus Sjöberg from the Europol Innovation Lab. I'm aware we've got a problem with the slides at the moment, but if you could please come up and give your presentation, that would be great. And I think at the back then the technical team are looking to rectify the problem. Thank you. So you can see your slides here. You want to...
Let's see, it's not really changing. Where should I point it?
I don't think it will change. I think you'll just have to start. I'm sorry. It's not showing on the back.
All right.
Yes. So, sorry about that. So, okay, so it's not seeing it at all. So you'll probably just have to go through your...
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, no slides then. I'll have to be extra graphic in my speech. Anyway, hello everyone. My name is Magnus Sjöberg, and this is my colleague Nick Azeri. We're from Europol Innovation Lab, and we're here today to talk to you about why security innovation matters, and how it matters, and how you can improve it. So, behind me here, you would see a slide saying a security design approach for future relevance in the future security arena. I think that's a very important quote. Future relevance and on the security arena. We must understand and frame it for us. So why is future relevance important anyway? Well, as Mr. Bessot said here before, it's not just for us or research in general. It's because irrelevance is dangerous when you're dealing with security, right? So it's not just a business opportunity, we're actually protecting people. So irrelevance isn't an option. So let me just start by saying that law enforcement has been tasked to provide a democratically agreed amount of security in our societies. And what is security design? Well, to me, that is how we can explain the way we do it. Like, this is the way we do it. It enhances our explanation of what we do. So I am here as a practitioner of human-centric design because I've run a couple of projects nationally on how to deal with complex security challenges for law enforcement. Behind me now, you would see images of how we, in our latest Europol report, says that AI is turbocharging organized crime. EU police agency warns, that is us. We also see how things are leaking from conflict areas, such as Russia's war on Ukraine. We now see Ukrainian drones being used in drug smuggling from Morocco to Spain. We see gangs recruited, young people recruited by gangs being exploited by foreign states. So law enforcement is constantly being challenged. We have digitalization in society, we have technology development, we have globalization and geopolitics. And in all this, organized crime and violent extremism and terrorism, they constantly seek for new ways to reach their goals. However, their goals have a tendency of being in stark contrast to ours. So the thing is, by not just disliking what they do, by understanding it better, we can protect better. And that's something I believe firmly in. So now, behind me, you would see different actors rolling balls, trying to get advantages in relation to each other. Whereas we in law enforcement, we're supposed to be the top actor on the security arena, but if we stand still and are slow and not adaptive, we might not be. And as I said before, that would be dangerous in a society. So the security arena is populated with competitive powers, all searching for advantages. And a few examples: if we have the slowest recruitment process of 3 competing agencies, we lose competence. If we see new form of criminal communication occur faster than our ability to read them, we are blinded. And if the amount of data around exceeds our ability to process it, we are too slow. And if unmanned systems are around us in society and operate out of our reach, we are irrelevant. And the risk of irrelevance is that if we see developments shift away from us instead of towards us and are able to use it, we are left behind as law enforcement. And reactive innovation is always hard. Always, but because it's uphill. But when you're working in security challenges, it's also dangerous, as I mentioned before. Sometimes, as you have seen in the news or perhaps experienced yourself, it can be existentially dangerous. And behind me now, this will be tricky to explain without a graphic. We have a concept that we call the relevance gap, and we use it to sort of understand how relevant are we, because most systems believe, most organizations believe that they are absolutely relevant. However, that's never true. You're just slightly or very much not relevant. And you have to have a system that explains this to you and challenges your own opinion. So imagine if you have 2 arrows like this. This is your own imagination of how relevant you are, and this is the actual one. Sometimes they're quite close, but the nasty thing with reality is that it always changes. So every day, every minute, someone decides to do something that takes reality away from you. And imagine a car moving further and further away. You sort of think it's still there, but one day it's not. And then you start explaining, it's just foggy outside. But maybe that's not true. Then you're up in what we call incubation and denial. And most systems have that. We explain things that are actually not true. If we let that happen and go on to the point of awareness, when it snaps, it gets really nasty. And that's when you hear us or someone else say, we didn't see it coming. It must have been a black swan or something. COVID was a black swan. Maybe it wasn't. We've seen it before. But those are the things we say. Okay, coming on to that innovation, if it's done in competition with adversaries, is reciprocal. And I would like to say that once more, because I think it's really important, that security innovation is reciprocal. Imagine a yin and yang figure, but in three, for instance, with us, our adversaries or others, and also technology. Technology comes in and offers disruption into safe and stable systems. But as soon as we manage something, our opponents will adapt to that, and we have a new reality. So it's like imagining balancing on a ball. You cannot do it drinking coffee and half asleep. You have to constantly pay attention. So every actor on the field tries to play it to their advantage. Some succeed and some fail. Thing is, for us, we don't always succeed, but we cannot fail. That's quite important for law enforcement. Nothing tells this story today better than the innovative use of unmanned systems in Russia's war against Ukraine that have triggered developments on both sides of the combatants, as well as military and security agencies across the world. It's basically a revolution. Now, coming finally to our innovation challenge, and behind you, you would see a quote that would say, criminals innovate at the speed of light, whereas law enforcement innovate at the speed of law. It's a nice quote, but it's actually quite true. We are supposed to be bound by laws, and I like that personally. I'm a law enforcement officer for over 30 years, and I like it. However, we also have to challenge how it slows us down. So how can we become adaptive, and how can we foster an innovative and adaptive security culture within a policy-framed and rule-based system? So that's where we think that a human-centric approach to security design requires that we add empathy to our normal way of analyzing problems and threats. By understanding others better, we can be better, and also we have to understand ourselves better. And why is that? Because then we know what's holding us back. It's usually within our own system. My final slide is two spheres. One says tradition, convention. Tradition is, this is how we've always done it. Convention is, this is what others expect from us. That's on one side. It's a quite competent system. It solves a lot of problems every day, and it learns. However, sometimes problems change too much or are new. An ash cloud, for instance, from Iceland, or something else. We are surprised. And for a while, we tried to tackle this with our traditional and conventional system, but it doesn't really cut it. So we have to have additional or a partnering system called innovation that can assist this traditional system. And the final challenge is to implement the ideas to actually change the traditional system. And that's not easy to do, but that's what we have to do. And by that final quote, I will leave it to Nick.
Do we have slides now, or? Exciting. Okay, I think I'll leave it. I'll emulate my good friend Magnus. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Professor Davey, Professor Wootton. for the opportunity to speak to you today. As you could see from Magnus's presentation, the game we are in is a difficult one. And the question we must ask ourselves is, are we even playing the right game? The slide would show 2 players with hockey sticks and 2 players with American football gear. Because the crime that we face continuously evolves, it innovates, as we've heard, or it simply changes the rules. Crime is an infinite game. Policing, we feel, is not. So let's take a closer look. What is an infinite game? And we can do so by describing its exact opposite, a finite game, which, as you can imagine, has clear rules, which are enforced by a referee. It has preset time periods and clear boundaries, equal numbers of players on each team. These players are easily distinguishable by their playing kit, and so on and so on. It also has a clear winner and a clear loser, unless you follow, like me, football, which usually produces a draw. But all joking aside, what if there is no referee? What if there are no rules? What if new players can enter at any time or drop out if they wish? What if there's no winner? What if the only goal of the game is to outlast your opponents? The second slide I had some pictures from Vietnam. In his comprehensive account of the Vietnam War, US journalist and author Stanley Karnow cited the willingness of the Vietnamese side to outsuffer and outlast their opponents. Let's see. I'll continue. We'll come back to the graphics. Yeah, there we are. Well, hey. He cited the willingness of the Vietnamese side to outsuffer and outlast the American side, leading a technologically inferior army to victory against the world's greatest superpower. The United States and her allies won every single battle, but ended up losing the war. Why is that? Because the Vietnamese were playing an infinite game. Their goal, knowing they could not defeat the might of their adversary, was to outlast him. So let's apply this to law enforcement's fight against crime, in particular taking the Europol view of serious and organized crime, which is central to our mandate. And ask yourselves, will such crime ever be defeated? Will everybody pack up and go once the referee blows their whistle? Will we win? Crime is playing an infinite game. Law enforcement, therefore, must outlast crime. But are the police, this would be my third one, yes, are police equipped to do so? Or do we need some kind of paradigm shift that allows the police to move away from defining success only as the number of cases solved or the number of arrests made? Those are perspectives of a finite game. No matter how many players are removed from the playing field, in our case arrested, new players can and do enter at any time. And they may simply change the rules. And police may adapt to these rules, but bearing in mind Magnus's comment about innovation or law enforcement innovation at the speed of law, by the time these rules have been responded to by police, in fact, the rules have changed again. And so it is with research and innovation projects in law enforcement. A solution is determined to address a particular problem. This allows the police to adapt, and several years later the solution is presented, and the police does adapt. But the problem has evolved, and the rules have changed again. Because these projects and these outputs from these projects must be seen as finite solutions to an infinite problem. And if we can go to the next one. Yeah. If you consider the idea of crime as an infinite game, you will also begin to see a series of megatrends, or mega disruptors, if you will, Europol recently published the Serious and Organized Crime Threat Assessment, or SOCTA. It identifies emerging technologies such as AI as accelerants that equip criminal networks with entirely new capabilities and drive criminal efficiency to entirely new levels. And this growing dynamism of organized crime has an increasingly destabilizing effect on our society. Criminal innovators expand the speed, the scale, and the sophistication of their organized crime, and they are creating an ever more complex and rapidly evolving threat landscape. And this threat landscape must not be faced with the finite mindset of old. The response, or the threats that we face, demand continuous, or dare I say, infinite innovation. Next slide, please. Thank you, Magnus. So what to do? Well, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, right? So allow me to misquote President John F. Kennedy. Europol chooses to face off against hostile threats, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. But unlike President Kennedy and his famous vision to reach the moon, we cannot win, not in the traditional sense. We cannot take our ball and go home. We cannot ask the referee to give the opposing side a red card. And if we cannot win, we must outlast. Now, I don't mean that we need to innovate simply to give new tools and new powers to the police. Not only, of course, it plays a role, because these new tools and maybe these new powers are a finite mindset. We must enable law enforcement to play the infinite game. For example, if we take our cues from software development, an agile mindset in project, developing new tools, seeks to release value sooner. We should use, and are beginning to use, design approaches to become more human-centric. We can and should reframe success. And that means that we, supplementary to what the police already does, we need to move from an investigate and arrest mindset to a prevent and disrupt mindset. Consider, for example, the police helicopter with chasing a fugitive at night. The helicopter searchlight, I'm sure we've seen it on crime shows on television, exists primarily to stress the fugitive, to disrupt them. The heat-sensing camera does all the tracking. Yeah. So maybe to concretize the example a little bit more, the 2024 Europol Excellence Award for Innovation was won by the Estonian police for the contribution to Operation Fish-Off. The Estonians created new tools, yes. They took down certain criminal infrastructure, yes. But crucially, they sent personal messages to the users of these illegal services, ultimately disrupting the activities of these people and creating a sense of imminent pursuit, thereby making the position of these users on these platforms untenable and allowing the police to track the same users across multiple platforms. Imagine then if the objective of policing was not primarily to arrest, but to disrupt. Imagine if we took away the fun of these users who like going to the dark web principally because of the challenge, the thrill, the fun of beating the system. Imagine if we took away that fun. Imagine if we, law enforcement, used a virtual helicopter searchlight to stress these people from forum to forum, from dark web location to dark web location, relentlessly and potentially automatically, with the ultimate goal of outlasting criminals on the dark web. We'll go to the next one. Thank you. We recently had the humbling experience of hearing how the Ukrainian military innovates. Obviously, they have an immediate and visceral sense of urgency. And I think we can agree that nobody currently innovates faster than the Ukrainians. It's worth looking at what they do differently to us in order to meet the case. We went to the Defense Innovation Days in Krakow in May. It was quite illuminating. The Ukrainians presented their 6-step innovation life cycle. And I would say that the biggest difference that we saw compared to how we currently innovate is their ability to test and to evaluate much more rapidly than we can. I accept that, of course, the war of aggression is a different sort of accelerant. But if we look at how they do it rather than the details of what, it becomes quite interesting. Now, of course, they don't do data protection impact assessments and AI compliancy checks, and I'm not arguing that we should exempt law enforcement from these things. But what we need to figure out is to have permanent, rapid testing facilities that allows innovation outcomes quickly to be assessed, subjected to real-world conditions, before scaling them to innovative solutions that can be used by law enforcement agencies across Europe. And we need to be able to do so on a continuous basis across the full spectrum of prevention, disruption, investigation, and analysis. If I could. Luckily, I didn't have a lot of bullet points, so if the graphics didn't work, we would still be okay. Emulating the fastest innovators, the Ukrainians, requires a disruption in how we do things. We must move from time-bound and scope-bound projects to continuous development. Above all, we must test rapidly and continuously. You're all familiar with the idea of a task force. Well, we need to move from the idea of multi-year research projects to continuous test forces. Concretely, the outputs from projects, finite projects, and other forms of generating innovations must be allowed to advance rapidly into an infinite loop of testing, iteration, and refinement. We need to create periodic off-ramps to enable fully compliant production releases in line with all the protections that we as citizens enjoy. And to enable that, we ought to rethink the infrastructure of innovation. And if I could ask for, this is a busy slide, but I'll very quickly walk you through it. This is what the Europol Innovation Lab is doing. We're trying to put some of these ideas into practice. We have created the concept of the innovation pipeline, and in the first phase on the left, you can see some of the mechanisms by which we scan for and identify opportunities. Without going into all the details, we have the European Clearing Board for Innovation and the EU Innovation Hub that Nicolas already mentioned, which helps coordinate member states and EU agencies respectively. We also have the Innovation Lab's own observatory, which functions as an inflow channel by identifying emerging signals and trends, including unmanned systems, as Magnus referenced. We have a pre-selection and validation phase where we refine the need, we challenge the idea, we assemble the skills, and we validate that any proposed innovation does not violate fundamental rights or data protectionist legal provisions like that. We have a prototyping phase where we can help with a number of infrastructure services. Most notably, since the beginning of this year, our research and innovation sandbox called Odin is fully operational. We have a co-creation platform called Europol Code Repository, which is based on GitHub. And we're currently in the third iteration of something we call the innovation grants, which exist to help grease the wheels of small projects by providing targeted funds. And then finally, in phase 3, we upload tools to the Europol tool repository where they can be downloaded cost-free by law enforcement agencies of the EU member states and the Schengen associated countries. And then if I could go to the final slide, please. We have more to do. We have greater speed to attain. But we also need to acknowledge that Europol's Innovation Lab is only 5 years old, of which 2 years were during the pandemic. So let's not look at what is currently in place, but what can be in place in the future. Imagine the shape of our response 5 years from now. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention. We're open to questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, all of you, for coping with the heat and the technical issues. And I'll now move to the audience. We've got about 5 or 10 minutes for questions. Is anybody here who would like to start things off and ask a question? Thank you. I can see someone at the back. That's okay. We'll start from the back because Anca's very near to you and she's going to bring you the microphone.
I was wondering if there is like a guideline or a goal regarding the time it takes from a project being pre-selected to actually being operational. Is there like a defined timeline? Are you choosing the projects at a certain size, so to say, or is it always depending on the scaling of the project, how large, so to say, the project is? Does that make sense?
You mean from the selection of the project to
yes, until it's, so to say, operational. Is there like a standard timeline for that, or?
There are a number of steps that have to take place according to the regulations so that the project can start. So we are speaking of a time to grant of, I think, 8 months, so 6 to 8 months. So from the end of the call, which is November, to the start of the project, which usually is around summer the following year. Wow. So that's normally not related to the size of the project, but to security appraisal, to evaluation, and then funding decisions that have to be taken.
Thank you.
Yes, and if I could just add to that, to build on what my colleague Nick said about being in the constant and iterative innovation, there is a difference between how we do it today, which has a sort of a bureaucracy innovation system to it, as Nick explained. So basically, once the projects are done, reality has changed so much that they are only slightly relevant, whereas as the Ukrainians do, they have to test and go at the same time. But we want law enforcement, anything that we use must be tested so much in advance and approved, so it also becomes old. So that's our challenge.
And of course, I fully agree with what you said. We have to distinguish certain projects on the Horizon Europe, which indeed have a very long lifespan, and then quicker projects that we need for law enforcement that are there to address problems that are identified or expected to happen. And that was on the slide, the ground zero phase of the innovation cycle. Horizon Europe projects come before that. So they are not responding to the same specific needs, but of course, when you take the perspective of a law enforcement agency, this is too long, that is clear. But if you take research higher, I mean, from a broader perspective, not only applied research, not only technologies, not only softwares, but also phenomena that may take more time, or fundamental research, then of course you allow yourself more time. This is not the same perspective that law enforcement users actually need solutions pretty fast.
Just say that one of the things we did in Cutting Crime Impact was that we identified challenges that we were going to address in the funding proposal, and then we did research at the beginning of the project to understand what the problem was, and that meant that we were actually then addressing a problem that was current for our LEAs. I think we've got a second questioner, so perhaps Mariana, could you hand over the microphone? Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Sufyan Al-Souf from IOCTR. My question is to Mr. Naik. You show us example long time ago. It's more than 50 years. You speak about Vietnamese and Mr. Kennedy. My question is, why you did not use modern examples, because during these 50 years, we have so many examples which is we have lesson to learn, and we actually, some people never heard about that time, or they are in that age. Not, I see so many youngs here. Or do you mean that with security it depends more on human, not on technology? Is this a signal that you want to say to us that security is depend more on a human, not in the technology? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think the question then was around or being orientated towards human issues and less technology orientated. Just to say, in terms of like examples and looking back in theory and published literature, a lot of the work that we look at, we do about human-centered design is actually from the 1970s. And I think it's always worth looking at what's happened in the past. Not everything has to be current. We should be using actually what we learned quite a long time ago, I think, just to comment on that. But Nick, over to you.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I deliberately chose older examples simply to remove any, let's say, current bias, just to remove any hint of taking a political position or anything like that. So that's the primary reason. In terms of becoming more human-centric, well, I mean, ultimately, yes, right? I mean, technologies are enablers, and we depend on, in our case, specific to law enforcement, of course, we depend on the law enforcement officers and enabling them to play the infinite game. So what I outlined, for example, in the infrastructure that we're putting in place at the Europol Innovation Lab, now clearly these are the enablers that should allow a form of continuous testing, development, and iteration to take place, which is, of course, based on, you know, it's human-centric in the sense that we pass on those iterations to law enforcement officers to enable them. Does that answer the question, do you feel? Thank you.
Fantastic. So thank you. Paul Ekblom, I think we've got one more question.
Hi, yes, Paul Ekblom. I completely sympathise with the notion of the infinite game. I think it's a great analogy. What I wonder is, how do we get politicians, journalists and so on off the finite game mindset to at least give partial appreciation to the infinite game?
Thank you.
Well, that's the million-dollar question, I think, because most things in our society loop around different timelines. Like we have 2-year loops, we have 4-year loops, 5-year loops, etc., and it brings a mindset with it. So it sort of chains us to this time loop. And I just think we have to be aware of it and talk about it and even write it, that some things have to go longer than those specific time loops or change faster.
Last week I happened to be at the University of Antwerp, where I work with design students on preventative policing. And of course we know the best crime is the one that never happens, but how do you prove something has never happened? If I may say, people tend to gravitate towards numbers, for example, numbers of arrests, things like that, which are easier to communicate. And therefore, yes, it is challenging. It is a mindset question, and ultimately mindsets are changed one conversation at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you, everyone, for all your questions, and thank you very much to our speakers today. You're welcome to take a seat back down on the stage, and hopefully it's a little bit cooler down there. And I'll invite Andrew to come up and we will give our presentation. Okay. Shall I do this clicker here? The problem is I can't see it. Okay. Okay, so...
that's great.
So the good news is that the technology is working behind us, which is great. So we are able to move on then to our presentation. And so we are going to be talking about delivering security innovation. Okay, so Europe makes significant investment in conducting cutting-edge security research and innovation. Yet there's this incredibly frustrating, persistent problem. So many fantastic ideas, clever tech, promising projects just don't make it. They struggle to get used to actually make a difference on the ground. It's a critical gap. We see valuable project outcomes gathering dust, and it's not because they're not potentially useful, but often because there are disconnects in how these outputs were conceived, how they were developed, or even how they were transferred to their intended users. It's a huge efficiency drain, and more importantly, a lost opportunity for real-world impact. And it's precisely the challenge that the Engage2innovate project, E2i, is tackling. And E2i is not just pointing out the problem, we're proposing a new framework for a way forward. So E2i's mission has been to understand what the innovation gap looks like, and at a systemic level, why it happens. Today we'll explain how the new E2i framework, with a human-centered approach at its core, aims to advance European security research and innovation capability, to build a self-reinforcing system, a system where security R&I outputs more often get used and deliver impact, and a system that crucially learns from experience. So let's start at the beginning. What is the core issue our E2i project points to, beyond just, innovation fails? What's the underlying cause we see? Well, we recognize that the problem isn't usually a lack of clever ideas or even funding. Rather, it's about a fundamental reframing of the security innovation dynamic. Security R&I must move from a supplier push model, where solutions are designed and delivered by projects with limited understanding of operational realities, and the concern is about end-user acceptance, to an end-user pull model, where research and innovation are driven by real-world needs, contexts, and constraints of those responsible for delivering security on the ground, the humans in the system. A shift from delivering solutions in search of problems to delivering solutions grounded in real problems and contexts. And this means designing with and for security practitioners, not just at them. So fundamentally, this is about process. How an R&I project is conducted from start to finish is the primary determinant of whether its results will be usable and adopted. So it's less about the what, the shiny solution or output itself, and much more about the how, the journey a project takes and who it takes it with. Improving the R&I process will maximize the chance that projects produce outputs that are not just accepted by end users, but are wanted, implemented, and have positive impact. And this isn't just a theory. There is significant evidence from the fields of innovation management, new product and service development, human-centered design. You've also got independent reviews like the recent Deloitte report from earlier this year, or the findings from the RAND Corporation back in 2022. The same recurring issues have been consistently hammered home year after year. So what are these red flags? Well, reviews have found persistent weaknesses in projects engaging with the actual people who are supposed to use the results, the end users. Consequently, projects often lack a deep, practical understanding of their real operational contexts, the environments in which their solutions actually need to function. And the result? There's a clear lack of practical uptake of security R&I project outputs. Funding is invested, time and money is spent, but the impact just doesn't materialize as hoped. E2i recognizes that this is a systemic issue, one rooted in a broken security R&I process, disconnected from the people facing the actual problems and their operational realities. So how does the E2i project propose to fix this, specifically at the level of an individual project? This is where we bring in human-centered design, or HCD. Now, human-centered design isn't brand new. It's an approach originally developed in systems design and psychology in the late 70s and 80s. Generally, it's an evidence-based way to understand and solve problems from the human end user's point of view. What E2i does is adapt to human-centered design specifically for the security R&I context. It's about deeply understanding needs before you even start designing. It's about exploring problems, co-creating solutions, and testing ideas with end users iteratively in real-world conditions all the way through. This is the opposite of just throwing a finished R&I output over the fence to end users at the end of the project, and much more about defining it and building it collaboratively with those who actually live with it. E2i has structured this whole approach into a concrete, human-centered R&I process. This provides project teams with a kind of roadmap tailored to R&I challenges. Andrew.
Thank you. So, what does this human-centered R&I project really getting under the skin of a particular challenge? Identified in Discover and Define. And then they've consistently iterate this based on end user feedback. This then leads to Deliver, which is finalizing and producing the solution that's been validated and preparing the output for practical use, essentially making it implementable. And after the Deliver phase is when a traditional security R&I project might finish. And that's where the E2i model and just good design practice really goes further. So the project process then moves into what we call the impact space with the deploy phase. And this is the actual process of getting the solution into the hands of end users in their own setting. And we suggest this is where the demonstration of a project's practical outputs should take place, so as to support wider adoption of outputs. Too often, demonstration activities in security R&I can become a kind of last-minute prototyping activity, sometimes the only prototyping with end users that really takes place. After deploy, we have crucially the digest phase, and digest is the period in which an output is implemented and used. So this phase is all about evaluating real-world use and impact. Crucial questions addressed in digest include, is the output being used? Is it making a difference? What do we learn from it? Despite being absolutely vital for understanding true impact and capturing important lessons, digest most often falls outside the standard project timeline and its funding, which is why it's grayed out in our process model. Okay, so that's the triple diamond model of the E2i human-centered R&I process. The design of the model helps make sense of the 6 phases visually. The diamond structure represent phases of divergent thinking, opening up, exploring possibilities, followed by convergent thinking, narrowing down, making decisions. So the first diamond is made up of discover, which is divergent, and define, which is convergent. So it's about exploring and then framing the problem space, opening up and to gain a rich understanding of the wider challenge, and then focusing down to frame the specific problems you're tackling. Then the second diamond is first develop, which is divergent again, generating lots of ideas, followed by deliver, which is convergent, selecting and producing the finished solution. And this second diamond navigates the solution space. So we have problem space, then solution space, and then the third diamond addresses the impact space. Deploy is divergent, about getting the solution out there to potentially many end users in different contexts, and digest is convergent, bringing back those insights, evaluating the impact, really learning from end users' experience of what's happened. So the power of the model is showing how R&I projects cycle through this process, opening up and focusing down at each stage, all driven by understanding the needs of those humans within the system. So each of the 3 diamonds in the human-centered R&I project space, problem space, solution space, and impact space, can be scaled and scoped differently depending on the nature, maturity, and ambition of a project. In particular, the first Discover Define diamond has significant standalone value and potential in itself. So while traditionally seen as the starting point for a wider innovation project, these discover and define phases, focusing on understanding a problem space, might form the core of a dedicated security R&I project. A well-structured front-end project focused on deep research, end-user engagement, and problem framing could deliver valuable outcomes, such as insights around end-user needs, priorities, operational contexts, multiple potential solution directions, which could provide the catalyst for practical innovation efforts, and the unbiased exploration of emerging or previously unknown challenges. So by generating deep, grounded insight into end-user needs and operational context, such a front-end focused project might deliver outcomes of real, practical, and possibly commercial value, particularly for technologists. Such insights could reveal where existing or emerging technological capabilities might be usefully applied, but equally where they may not be wanted. So the E2i human-centered R&I process provides a proven, structured approach for delivering such front-end research, managing the ambiguity and complexity of research and innovation while maintaining focus on practical, implementable outcomes. Collaboratively framing problems, iteratively prototyping and refining solutions, and maximizing uptake and impact. Okay, so this is the process at the project level, But individual projects don't exist in a vacuum. They're just nodes in a much bigger network, the wider system, what we call the European Security Research and Innovation System, or Azeri. And E2i has developed a model of this ecosystem which connects these two levels, the project and the bigger system. So the Azeri framework provides an ecosystem view. It basically maps those 6 project phases we just talked about within a complementary set of phases that operate at the European Commission level. It shows how the individual R&I projects fit within this larger cycle that the Commission manages. And in this way, it bridges the gap between what a project team is doing day to day and how the whole big EU R&I machine functions. So to explain the Azeri model, it's helpful to start where the R&I project outputs actually enter the system at the end of the project. So the first commission level phase that interacts most directly with completed R&I projects is named disseminate. And disseminate is essentially about the structured sharing of project findings and outputs, getting them out there across the whole EU security community. It's about moving beyond shelfware. You know, those final reports that end up just sat on somebody's shelf. So this EC level disseminate phase runs in parallel with the R&I project level deploy phase. It's making practical outputs and knowledge accessible, searchable, genuinely useful for others, be they end users, practitioners, policymakers or researchers. It's a divergent opening up phase trying to ensure that the knowledge gained gets out there widely. The next phase is determine, and it's where the system then tries to assess what actually happened. It's a systemic evaluation of the project outcomes and, crucially, their impact. It's about analysing what worked, identifying promising solutions that maybe others could use, understanding barriers to uptake. It's very much a convergent closing in phase, taking all that broad information from dissemination and trying to synthesize it, learn from it, define its real value and the lessons learned. So the disseminate phase pushes knowledge and solutions out, and the determine phase pulls insights and impact back in. But of course, impact is actually shaped much, much earlier in the process, right back at the R&I policy and programming stage. And this is where the value of the Azeri full lifecycle perspective becomes clear. The downstream success of R&I projects is heavily influenced by the upstream decisions made at the European Commission level during the pre-project phase of Azeri. So the crucial starting point is the deliberate phase. It's where EU policymakers, national representatives, security organisations all critically assess future needs and set strategic priorities. It should be a wide-ranging, opening up kind of phase, challenging assumptions, exploring potential future threats and opportunities, basically laying the strategic groundwork for where R&I investment should go next, but being informed by the knowledge and outcomes of impact of previous R&I projects. And this broad deliberation, after this broad deliberation, the system then moves to the designate phase. This is where those broad priorities get translated into specific actionable topics for funding calls that the European Commission publishes. And designate is convergent, closing in phase. It's taking those wide-ranging needs and distilling them down into focused calls for project proposals to which research consortia can respond. So broad priorities and deliberate become specific funding topics in designate. Then we have the draft phase, another divergent opening up phase. Multiple researchers and end users will form project consortia and prepare proposals in response to those designated topics. So you have different teams proposing different approaches, different strategies and methodologies for addressing the same problem area, how they'll engage end users and what impact they expect. And then finally, the decide phase, which sounds pretty self-explanatory, but it's critical. So decide is the rigorous R&I proposal evaluation, assessment, and selection process by expert reviewers. It's a vital closing-in phase, determining which proposals best align with the topic, demonstrate genuine end-user engagement and relevance, are feasible, and present the strongest potential for real-world impact. Only the most promising, most viable projects should get the green light to be funded and go on to be delivered. So you have this continuous flow then, deliberate, designate, draft, decide at the commission level. That kicks off the security R&I projects, which run through discover all the way to deploy and hopefully digest. And the project results feed into disseminate and determine phases at the EU level, all of which then informs the next deliberate phase and cycle. So this cyclical connection is a core principle of Azeri and the ecosystem perspective it provides. So it's not designed as a static process. It describes European security R&I as a dynamic, self-reinforcing learning ecosystem. Insights and outcomes generated at the project level, particularly in the digest phase, and at the EC level, particularly in the determine phase, are not just archived and forgotten, but they continuously feed back and shape future security research priorities, refine the funding calls, and improve R&I proposal selection criteria over time. So the European security R&I ecosystem is constantly learning from its own successes and failures. It's reflexive. It adapts based on real-world experience, not just administrative logic. And this makes the Azeri model really powerful because it's both comprehensive and actionable. Comprehensive because it spans the entire journey from high-level policy debates right down to actual R&I impact on the ground, and actionable because it provides a framework that can guide practical improvements. So, for example, it shows why things like end-user engagement are critical, even way back in the draft phase when you're just writing the R&I proposal. And it also helps inform what reviewers should really be looking for in the decide phase to assess genuine impact potential, not just technical brilliance. And it provides R&I project teams with a clear human-centered project process to follow to maximize their chance of success, from discover all the way through to deploy, digest, and beyond. So the ultimate goal of E2i here is for the European security R&I ecosystem is to consciously bridge the gap, the innovation to impact gap, by moving away from the view of security R&I as a series of disconnected, sometimes siloed activities, towards a consciously designed, connected learning cycle. And E2i's ambition is to ensure that the incredible investment and effort in EU security R&I doesn't just produce clever outputs on paper, but actually delivers usable, relevant, and impactful results that evolve based on the real and changing needs of security practitioners out there. Okay, so finally, why should you care about the Azeri model? Well, whether you're a security practitioner or policymaker, or perhaps a researcher writing an R&I funding proposal, or even a funder deciding where to allocate resources, understanding this framework provides a mental model for why things might not be working optimally today. So, for example, we suggest that Cordis sits here in the dissemination phase. And we know that its limitations have been raised by a number of studies. However, identifying Cordis's role within the wider security R&I ecosystem helps clarify what it should be doing and how it might be improved. The Azeri ecosystem model provides a potential roadmap for consortia to design better security R&I projects, and the European Commission making more effective funding decisions. and ultimately achieving greater real-world impact, whatever work you do in the security R&I space. And the big takeaway is achieving real-world impact in security R&I is less about simply inventing new things and much more about getting the R&I process right and connecting that process to a wider, continuously learning ecosystem. As we are wrapping up, some of our colleagues will be handing out copies of the E2i briefing paper on the European security R&I ecosystem. This provides more detail on the background, structure and content, and it also means we've overloaded you with a whole load of graphics here, but you'll have something to look at and take away and maybe think about on the long, hot journey home later today. Caroline.
Thank you. So in terms of the E2i project, we're moving forward then with the Azeri ecosystem model. And over the next 12 to 18 months, the project will build on and populate this framework, developing practical tools and support materials to help the security R&I community adopt this ecosystem approach in practice. And this afternoon, we will be previewing the E2i R&I Toolbox, which focuses on supporting human-centered process activities and improving outcomes at the R&I project level. We're actively looking for feedback and collaborators, so if you're interested, then please do get in touch. Thank you. So I'm sure that you've all... Thank you. So I'm sure that you've all got lots of thoughts and questions and very interested to learn the different perspectives that are captive here in this room today, at least captive until lunch. So to this end, we've designed a plenary session that we hope will highlight different thoughts and viewpoints and allow them to be shared, discussed and captured so that E2i can learn from them. So I'm going to move over to Andrew and to ask if you want to take the microphone instead, because then you can look at the side.
That might be an idea, yes, let me do that. I think this is on. Excellent, thank you. Okay, so the more observant among you will have noticed that you're ominously named or labelled tables. So we're going to do an activity based around a discussion activity based around the tables that you're at. So it's based on the World Cafe methodology, if any of you have experience of that, except we're using these rather nice round, these circular tablecloths in the middle. So the discussions will be recorded on those tablecloths. I think it might be an idea for those of you who have this, if you and Nick, if you wouldn't mind joining Nicolas over there, just because then there's just the two of you talking to each other might be less effective. That would be great. If you find yourself on a table where there's only yourself and a colleague, please do join one of the more populated tables. That would be great. So if you wouldn't mind moving.
I know Nicolas might be going, but if perhaps Toma, you could join at the front
Toma,
here.
yes,
Yes,
thank you.
That'd be great.
Okay,
Thank you.
It's basically a sedentary version of the World Cafe because we have limited time before lunch, so you won't need to get up and move around, which is what normally happens at a World Cafe. So what we'd like you to do is there are 10 tables around that are numbered, and each table will select a table lead, which is basically somebody who is going to keep control. So somebody who's going to either volunteer or be volunteered to be table lead. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything in public. It's just basically someone to receive the envelope, as it were, with the questions in. So if somebody becomes nominated to be a table lead, that would be great. And then what we'll do is the table lead will manage the table discussion, and they will also open the envelope, which you will be given shortly, for discussion. So you'll have 10 minutes to discuss the question that you're given, and record your discussion using post-it notes and pens or whatever on one of the segments of the tablecloth. So each segment has a small circle in. If you can write the number in the circle of that question that you're on, and then you can move the glassware or things to one side. You might need to do that. Okay. So you will
looking from above, your tablecloth would be like this. So what you would do is you would mark the number 1 for the first question in there, and then you would record your discussion in some way in that space, right? So you don't need to open the question yet. Just wait. They shouldn't have been handed out yet. So somebody jumped the gun and handed them out. So anyway, after 10 minutes, you will hear a sound, I hope. We don't have any audio, do we? We'll ring a bell.
There was a little bit of a ring there, but it wasn't very loud.
Okay, there'll be a bell sound. Thank you. There you go. A little tinkly bell. And then you should stop, and then you'll be given the next envelope. So we've got 3 sets of 10-minute discussions, so it's quite active. And so don't feel that you have to self-censor yourself. If you have a thought, don't care that other people don't agree with it. Try and meld it in with the discussion that you're recording on the table, yes? And then the table lead will then introduce the second question, and then we'll go through the same process again, where you'll have a 10-minute conversation, recording it on your tablecloth, which obviously will have the results from your first question already on it, which may or may not relate, so you may want to draw. You feel free to use the pens to draw on the tablecloth to link things up or to group things. And then after 10 minutes, you'll get the bell again. Fantastic. And then you will then move on to the final envelope, and then you will then start your final discussion, again, recording it on the tablecloth, the final square space you've got left, the final segment, and and then we'll move on to getting feedback from the tables in turn in a very short. It'll be a very short session, but we'll have all the information recorded, which I will explain later. So this is the order of events. Discussion 1, discussion 2, discussion 3. So you'll have 10 minutes for envelope A, which you all have got now. So if you want to open your first envelope and there are numbers of copies in there, so you can pass them round so that you're not relying on just one person reading it. The answer is not on the back. Okay, so, and then there'll be a timer. So you'll have 10 minutes. Has everybody got the questions? Everybody understand the instructions? Yeah? On your marks, get set. Go, 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we move on to the next question. So you'll be given out the envelope, and could you please hand back the previous question just so people don't get confused and end up looking at the wrong sheet. If you hand it back to the person who's going to give you your next envelope. Okay, has everybody got their second envelope? Okay, so please open the envelope and distribute the questions. And then you've got 10 minutes. Same as before, but you might have to shift around the table a bit to get to the next segment to put it in. And please write the number 2 in the circle at the top of that segment. Thank you. If this was a medical event, maybe it'd be more of a problem. Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, last question. Thank you. So could you please get your third and final envelope from one of the assistants who's walking around? This is your question 3. Yeah, so, and give back the other ones if you don't mind, just so that we don't have...
Andrew.
All right. On your marks, get set, go. We may truncate this one just to save a bit of time, so we're not getting in the way of lunch. But I'm sure you're much faster at this now. You're on your third one. So you're in your third space on your tablecloth. Thank you. Okay, so now we're just going to go around trying to get some feedback from the different tables. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to ask questions to particular table colours. You may have noticed that your number also has a colour on it. And the coloured tables were asked the same questions. So we'll start with the red tables. So who is our first red table? Number 3? No. Number 4, table 4. So from your discussion of question 1, what was the primary thing that you think makes for a successful security R&I project? There should be some microphones somewhere. Deborah, could you hand a microphone to the table lead of table 4?
The microphone's just there.
It's all right, she's got it. Anca's done it, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so on this question, we have relatively broadly, firstly, that the project or the project output has to have an impact to end users. It should improve the way of thinking, and then we also said that resulting solutions should be applicable to different regions of the EU, because you rarely have a one-size-fits-all solution.
So transferable.
Yeah, so that means that you maybe have some adaptable solution where each partner can pick something that is useful to them. Then we said there should be made better use of dissemination systems that already exist to make the solutions known that were developed. And overall, it's important to find synergies, to have less silo thinking, and encourage more collaboration, also with neighboring domains, because that might also be adaptable.
Thank you very much. Okay, so...
Table 6, I think. Should we go to table 6 next? Is that a red one? Yes, very good.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, my mistake, yeah. So it's table 1, 4 and 6 should have been red. So 1... Nicolas has gone home, so we have 4 and 6.
Okay, we had a few other ideas as well, building on previous table. We've talked about where do the budget people fit in. We think there should be more integration of that rather than the end goal being to spend that budget. It needs to be more informed and integrated into the process. Is that right?
So here, one of the things that we experience is that you have budget people for R&D, you have budget people for innovation, you have budget people for procurement. We, as end users, want to have at the end of a research project that it evolves into a real capability. So if these budget people are not aligned, and in most of our government's North Korean planning systems, it is pretty difficult to align them, because you have money, you have to spend money. You can't just say, we will reserve hypothetically a certain amount of money, and if it's good or bad, then we will spend it. So this is a very practical issue on how to align those budget things.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Christina. Okay, so moving on now to the next colour, the yellow tables. So that's 3, 7 and 9. So from your table, we're going to pick on question 1 again. So from your table's discussion of question 1, what was the main way in which we might improve how EU security R&I is delivered? So shall we go with which table first?
Should we go with 3?
Table 3 first, yes. Is that okay? Who is your table lead?
You.
Or whoever would like to. Just give us an overview of what you thought was the main way that you thought we might improve things.
Okay. So there are 2 table leads. For question number 2, we have...
Question number 1 we're looking at, if that's okay.
Number 1. Oh, then you do it.
So I have to do it? Okay.
Sorry.
No, we didn't plan the presentation. Of course, it's a very wide question. We have so many opportunities to improve, and we should think about it. And
one, like a top 3 or something, maybe?
The top 3, yes, of course. Make people aware of what is being produced. That means involved all the actors from the beginning, very beginning. That means end users from the starting of the projects. That will help to identifying the real problems and the real needs, and automatically delivering will be easier because we are working for the people who are waiting for our tools, including them, and being sure that even people who are not involved as end users can be informed. Because sometimes, the famous sentence, if you only have a hammer, all your problems would be nails. I see a lot of, I'm referring to SEPTED word in Italy, I see a lot of practitioners or end users who are not aware that this innovation research is happening. So if you include the end users after the process, you should analyze who has been excluded and call them and say, oh, this is possible to do.
Thank you. So do any of the other tables, 7 or 9, have anything additional to add to that? Which was primarily about getting the end users involved early on, I guess, to clarify what you were trying to do. Paul.
Right.
In 7.
Trying to read all the writing here. Yes, it's important to understand innovation by offenders and what facilitates and disrupts it. So we're looking over the wall to the other side of the game.
Yes.
We need to boost our collective memory of what's been done already and not reinvent the wheel or reinvent the flat tire. We agree with the concept of moving from a project to a process-based analysis. You had a concept of the pre-wash.
Yeah, we had a concept of the pre-wash because very often there's not a solid problem definition. Very often that is crappy, being done very quickly. So all what happens next to that might be useless or worthless. So we call that a pre-wash. If you don't put a lot of effort in it, you don't get the nice white shirts, but the blue ones. And you don't need the blue ones, you want the white ones. So put more effort in problem definition.
Thank you.
I think we'll go to the next question.
Okay, so unless Table 9 has anything that they desperately want to add, we'll move on to the next colour group, which is green tables. So we have 4 of those tables. So 2, does table 2 want to say anything? We're looking for the answer to question 2. What do you think might be the most impactful things that the Commission could do to improve dissemination of security R&I outputs and knowledge?
Thank you. Yes, we're a little bit skeptical if the Commission should be the one to disseminate. So we think the Commission should create the space for innovation. For example, we thought of a security innovation campus, permanent testing infrastructure, mechanisms to foster bottom-up innovation, fora, demo days, these kinds of things where discussions can take place or solutions can be demoed. But we feel that practitioners in the particular field should be the ones to disseminate not trying to blow our own trumpet too much, but for example, if we were able as Europol to put law enforcement related innovations onto the Europol tool repository, that would have greater credibility than if the Commission were to do it.
Thank you. Yes, excellent. So, table 5, did you have anything you wanted to add to that question about the most impactful thing the Commission might do? Any thoughts? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think I will build on what the colleague from Europol said. Indeed, we also think that dissemination in terms of European Commission should not be expected too highly, and we should see how we can share that responsibility among different multi-stakeholder actors. Because, for example, this is where advocacy groups and civil society also come into mind, as well as academia. We all have our resources, and I think this synergy is what we should be looking for, and not necessarily putting the entire burden on European Commission. There are ways there, but there should be more done. So when it comes to the infinite game that was so beautifully outlined by the previous panel, we all contribute to it as other stakeholders as well, working with Commission, but not part of Commission.
Thank you. And anybody from tables 8 or 9 want to say anything on this? Table 8, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we were thinking about if there is going to be centralized dissemination via tool repositories or database, etc., that in design of that, the user experience needs to be really considered. So it needs to be user-friendly, needs to have good search functions and taggability to make this something that is actually going to be taken up. And fine to talk about centralized database across different outputs, but then within that you are probably going to need a login structure with potentially restricted or open access depending on what the output is. And ideally that could help with some credibility as well. And then, just alongside that, we talked about fora as well, as the top table said, and that there is a lot of learning from in-person events, so it would be useful at a programmatic level if there was more regular forum where projects could come together and exchange to also drive impact at a programmatic level.
Excellent, thank you, yes. I mean, I think it's interesting what was raised about the idea of having forum or methods that are tailored to the end user as opposed to just databases or online, but having like demo days or things that you might attract end users to come and engage. I think that would be useful, and that would help engage with all the different parties involved in the whole security R&I area. Thank you very much. So, Magnus wants to have a say.
Yeah, one impactful thing I think I wrote anyway is that to connect projects like sideways, so you actually see this ecosystem of different projects, and also the levels, because we often talk about end users, and that's sort of a no-brainer. We all know that we have to involve them, but we rarely connect them to strategy makers, because we think that the organizations in the middle, we confuse the organizational levels with strategy and end use, because the strategy wants the end user to work, but we do our reporting in organizational levels, and we confuse results in some strange way. So we need, in the ecosystem, to connect the strategy maker who makes a strategic intent, what they want towards a certain problem, with end users' capability of reaching that. But that, I don't see it.
No. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you very much for all of your input. Thank you very much. I know we've not had the time to go in depth, everybody get involved in the discussion, but in this way we can capture what you've all talked about on the tablecloth, which will be taken away, reviewed and analysed, and there will be a report published later this summer as a result of the work that we're doing here today, and the outcomes will inform the next stage of the development in E2i. So thank you very much for your contribution. Caroline.
Thank you. Just to say that we will be collecting the tablecloths, the paper tablecloths. So do, if you can, move your stuff a bit to the side. We will be taking them off. We'll also be photographing them.
Over lunch.
Over lunch, yes, that's right. And just to say that we've got a lunch break and we're back here at 13:30. During the lunch break, please do take a look at the exhibition material that is there from our E2i Student Design Challenge finalists. They will be standing by their banners, which will be from about 13:10. So after they've had a little bit of lunch, then please do go and talk to them about the work that they've done. And I'd just like to say thank you so much for the discussions today. It's been really insightful to get your thoughts. And what I think is so exciting is we've got very different people here, and we're engaging with the whole ecosystem for security R&I. And I think us all coming together and having a sort of clear vision of where we might go makes it very exciting that we're all meeting today. Do take a bit of a rest over lunchtime and enjoy a little bit of fresh air outside. It's going to be extremely hot, but I do hope that you're coping today. So thank you very much, and see you at 13:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, thank you very much, and welcome back everybody to Security Innovation Matters. I hope you had a lovely lunch and a bit of fresh air outside. I'm very pleased to introduce our next speakers who are going to be talking about the end user perspective and talking about the challenge of security R&I. So we've got Sarina Freund from the Landeskriminalamt in Niedersachsen and Dr. Claudia Heinzelmann from Deutsche Präventionstag. If you'd both like to come up, and they're going to be talking about some of the research that we did to get the end user perspective on security R&I. Thank you very much. So you just press this button.
Hello to everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Sarina and me, we are going to give you some insight into the empirical research phase of our project, and are going to select some selected outcomes. Okay. Before we go into the results, just a quick overview. What is the basis of our results? We used a mix, a survey, interviews, and focus groups. The survey was used to assess known challenges and problems and to collect additional aspects. These were then incorporated into the interview guidelines. We had responses from 69 experts on that. The interviews explored the insights in more detail. Sorry. And the focus groups dealt with the same topics, and we used a similar guideline, but they went even into greater depth with exchange and discussion between the interviewees. Together we talked with 47 experts from several countries. The experts we involved can be roughly categorized in these 6 groups of stakeholders shown on the slide. They range from academia over publicly and private funded institutes, governmental and non-governmental organizations, up to industry. We thus interviewed a broad spectrum of people involved in the field of R&I. Mainly, we focus on the results that tell us important things about the role and involvement of end-user organizations in security R&I. This section we labeled with how to overcome the tick box exercise. The tick box exercise Mr. Bessot already talked about, and I think it's already known. This was also referred to as such in the interviews, meaning an involvement that remains purely formal and relatively ineffective. However, the interviewees gave us a great number of suggestions and ideas as to what could and should be changed. After that, we will add some findings on the project process, focusing on the implementation of outputs and the dissemination of results. This refers to the Valley of Death, a term that can be found in the literature and also in the interviews. It is a striking description of the great risk that the project results will never be put into practice, but will remain largely unknown and unused. In our presentation, we will show you quotes where the left ones describe the problems and the right ones add ideas for solutions. And with that, I hand over to Sarina.
Thank you, Claudia. So I will go on to the results then. So firstly, it was confirmed in the interviews that alignment with the actual needs of end users when proposing a solution was a key factor for meaningful impact. Throughout many interviews, it was considered problematic when a project did not align with these. For example, practitioners expressed the complaint that project outputs do not address a specific problem and/or that resulting technologies do not address a problem that is actually currently faced by practitioners. Thus, it was observed that some of the solutions developed in projects are only helpful to end users to a certain extent. In the interviews, various reasons have been presumed for this. For example, it has been assumed that this may be influenced by the nature of the funding calls for security projects. One interviewee stated that the scope of the funding calls tends to be too general to face a specific problem and thus not leading to practical application. Additionally, interviewees also pointed out that the decision to focus on a particular problem may not be based on research in some cases, but be taken by policymakers and be politically motivated. Further, it appeared as if the approach to understanding end-user needs in operational context was sometimes limited. It was regarded by the interviewees as a potential source that could lead to a discrepancy between solution development and actual needs when the call already specifies which solution must be developed, thereby leaving the consortium with little opportunity to conduct a thorough needs analysis. And this is especially problematic if the call is not aligned with the end-user needs in the first place. Therefore, interviews concluded that it is necessary to keep the target group in mind who will ultimately benefit and use the solution. It must be considered that solutions may be technically or economically viable, but this does not mean that these solutions are also the most viable for the end users or authorities. It was emphasized that the solution should not be designed at the desktop, but a needs analysis involving practical partners must be carried out. However, when carrying out needs assessment, interviewees stated that it was sometimes difficult for end users to express and identify their own needs and translate those into requirements. Therefore, profound requirement research with guidance may be needed. Also, interviewees gave consideration to the quantity of contact persons from end-user organizations. One person may not suffice as a contact person, but many end users, including decision makers and experts, are needed and are advisable as persons of contact. It was suggested that a broad range of end users is beneficial in order
to cover the different needs, because even if they're all from the same domain, they still might have different needs. So the interviews also revealed that the actual participation of end users in security research projects varies, and insufficient collaboration was identified as an obstacle to meaningful project outputs. The role of the end user in collaboratively generating concepts sometimes appears to be limited, and they seem to have only limited influence on the design of project outputs. It is therefore necessary that end users are considered in the solution development process as they ultimately use the product. Due to this, interviewees suggested workshops and in-depth needs analysis during the application phase to help ensure that end users are effectively involved and are not only involved on paper. The involvement in the implementation process, during which the solution is tested together with the end user, allows for direct feedback and solutions to be adapted. This way, solutions are developed jointly and the end user feels taken seriously, and this leads to a close exchange of ideas. Interviews also emphasize that it is, however, important that the relationship between researchers, industry partners, and end users must be balanced and appropriate to the project goal. Okay, further, communication with end users can be challenging. On one hand, this is because the English language in EU projects is a barrier for some end users, but it goes beyond that. The way of communication differs between science, industry, and end users, and this must be taken into account and translated accordingly. In addition, the added value and practical benefits of solutions must be identified and communicated to end users, which is particularly important in the case of new solutions or preventive methods in order to generate acceptance for them. It may be also necessary to highlight to end users the benefits of research and the added value that not only technical products but also research finding have, as well as new process designs. Also, the interviews pointed out that it can be important to manage expectations to a certain extent. It was noted that end users can also become frustrated with research results if these do not meet their expected outcomes or if the project does not produce anything that they can directly utilize. Interviews stated that project results are not always immediately applicable, but rather that there are prototypes or demonstrators which need to be further refined. However, if something from the project cannot be used immediately by the end users, this can lead to frustration among them. Generally, to avoid this, it was said that it's important to set realistic expectations about what the project will be able to deliver, but also communicate clearly what can be done and what cannot be done. Another suggestion was that for technically oriented projects, high TRLs are beneficial for later implementation. Additionally, social innovations, such as concepts, were considered by some interviewees as having the advantage that they may be implemented more quickly than a technical solution. Overall, interviewees stressed that continuous communication between the project partners is important to capture the needs of end users and enable them to participate in the project. Another obstacle that was frequently mentioned is that end users may have limited innovative capacity due to the pressure of their everyday work. And it was observed that project work is often done on the side in end user organizations. Linked to this, the complexity of EU projects was also considered to be a potential barrier for end users. Complex solutions require end users to invest a lot of time and effort, which is at the expense of their everyday work in some cases. Also, it is for end user organizations in the security sector often not possible to simply try things out in everyday business, as it must not be negatively affected by testing the solutions. In practice, there are fixed rules and structures, and no security risk can be taken. Therefore, interviews consider projects with a sharp focus on specific problems more accessible for end users than projects that target overly complex overarching challenges. It was also observed that the capacity was, however, not so much a problem for end user organizations that have their own research capabilities in form of a research department, as it enables them to carry out meaningful research. Interviewees also indicated that a certain mindset in end-user organizations is beneficial, meaning that innovation must be part of the identity of the end-user organization, embedded in the organizational structure and supported by management, and not to be seen as something that can be done on the side. Thereby interconnected and also influencing the capacities of end users is the fact that they often do not have a large enough budget to work effectively or even working without compensation. One interviewer gave consideration to the fact that in the consortia, the end users are often the least experienced in the research process and then receive the smallest share of the pie in terms of funding. That is why it has been proposed by the interviewees that a sufficiently large budget be set aside for end users, if necessary, formally established by the Commission to ensure that end users can work effectively. Okay. So then I give back to Claudia. Thank you.
Yes, now some further quotes highlighting the challenges of the Valley of Death. Some of these problems have also been confirmed in the recently published reports such as the Deloitte report or the Rent Europe report. And now that Sarina has reported on how development of project results can be improved, the following question is how the results produced can then be put into practice and utilized effectively, not remain in the drawers. The expert also gave us suggestions on that. A major problem with the realization of project results is that this phase is often no longer part of the project at all. Often there's a lack of an explicit implementation plan that includes realization within the project framework. So R&I projects mostly end without putting results into practice. But instead of that, the implementation of results should be embedded into the project scope. There should be more time within the project, or there is a need for a follow-up project or an accompanying phase, something in this way. Oops. Yeah. Now coming to dissemination. Here we heard that single project websites are not enough. On the one hand, the websites are often not connected with others, and on the other hand, they are no longer maintained after the project ended. They are even switched off after some time, and the results are no longer accessible. Transfer platforms and databases would be important and should be designed user-friendly, easy to use, keep results, and share knowledge. Another important aspect, which is a challenge already within the projects and the development of solutions, are the different local contexts. R&I projects involve large consortia that include partners from several countries, and even in one country, local context may differ a lot. If you talk to a police person or a social worker or an emergency doctor, whether you are in a big city or on the countryside and so on. One concrete proposal was that you could create policy booklets which should be adapted to that differences, and very generally they should at least be written in the national language. This point also underlines what Sarina said about the different kind of end users. Different local contexts require adaptable solutions rather than the one-size-fits-all silver bullet solutions the EU seems to prefer. And as a last general aspect, we want to mention that the amount of bureaucracy and reporting is quite difficult to handle. This leads back to the beginning of the R&I projects, to the question, who is applying for EU funding? And the complexity stops smaller, and often these are the more practical organizations, stops them from applying at all. And this is another reason why the results at the end are not practical enough. We would like to leave it at this selection. The results are described completely and in more detail in the project reports. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you'd like to take a seat up here, I do apologise, it's quite hot up here. But, okay, so I'd like to invite now onto our stage the next speakers, who are Melanie Schlüter from the Landeskriminalamt in Niedersachsen, and we've got from Greater Manchester Police, Khalid Ahmed. Thank you to Khalid, who's very kindly taking over from Julia Hall for us. So if you'd both like to come up onto the stage. And they're going to be talking about doing R&I differently and talking about their experience working in the CCI project, which adopted a human-centered approach. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline, and hello, everyone. We would like to present you the perspective about doing research and innovation differently of two LEAs, the Greater Manchester Police and the State Office for Criminal Investigation in Lower Saxony as partners in the Cutting Crime Impact project. My name is Melanie Schlüter. I'm a research associate with the background of sociology at the LKA of Lower Saxony. And for the next few minutes, I would like to present you the experience of my institution. So the main role of the LKA is to investigate, detect, and prosecute criminal offenses and crime prevention. With the research center at the LKA, it acts as an interface between science and practice. And in its role as an LEA as well as a scientific research center or partner, the LKA was thus able to select the focus area in the CCI project according to its own needs and requirements. At the time of the project application, the LKA was already working in the field of predictive policing and mitigating citizens' feelings of insecurity, and was therefore able to deepen those topics in the CCI project in line with its own requirements and needs. In the following, however, I will limit myself to talk about the experience in the area of mitigating citizens' feelings of insecurity. The police is one player in the crime prevention landscape in Lower Saxony, and this benefits from fruitful engagement in networking activities. Due to the transdisciplinary context and success in previous research projects on urban security, the Competence Center for Urban Security, in short KURBAS, as part of the criminological research within the LKA structure, was established in 2017. Since then, KURBAS has the political mandate to develop measures to address urban security and crime prevention in urban space. Based on knowledge of criminological research and gender planning, we identified that citizens' feelings of insecurity is crucial for the use of public spaces. The police has therefore an interest on understanding and addressing the underlying causes of citizens' feelings of insecurity. During the CCI research, we started to identify feelings of insecurity priorities. And after the first CCI design lab, we concentrated on following scenario. The use of public transport hubs, such as the final stops in the suburban area of Hanover, used by older people, especially those over 80 years and above. During the problem identification phase, we analyzed the criminological insight of the affective, cognitive, and cognitive dimensions of fear of crime, as well as the influence on spatial factors on citizens' feelings of insecurity. We determined that 3 dimensions are important for the construction of feelings of insecurity, which is first data analysis surveys, press reports, and the built environment. Then we conducted a case study in our case study area. Kurbas received a request from the local police and the planning city planner to give an overview of the connection of places where people might feel unsafe and crime hotspots in this focus area. The focus was on improving the subjective security and to reduce crime opportunities of, for this purpose, we did a small-scale police report on crime and incivilities to investigate the local crime occurrence and to identify hotspots. We also organized an initial walk around your hood with the local police, city planners, and a housing company. After analyzing the results, we perceived a limitation of our existing approach. All this data was based on external professional insight or perspective. However, this data was not able to reflect the actual perception of citizens' feelings of insecurity. After this experience, we followed the question on how can the police gain the perspective of residents or citizens. This research resulted in the development of the Insight Toolbox. At first, we tested a new method on mapping the lived experience of citizens or residents. And this method is designed to gain the lived experience of residents or users on places or routes they actually use or avoid. Secondly, we built on an existing method from planning of the 1970s to observe the user behavior via the Burano method. These 2 methods supplement 3 other methods we are already using in the competence center counseling process that provide the expert's perspective. The small-scale police report on crime and incivilities, the initial inventory of the neighborhood on security issues, and the interdisciplinary walk around your hood to assess places where people feel unsafe in urban areas. With all these 5 components, the Insight tool is designed to enable the police in her role as the security authority to assess the experts, but as well as the residents' perspective on security and insecurity in a specific area. The tool works as a kit of parts, which means it is possible to use only certain parts of the tool, as not all methods are always necessary or appropriate, depending on resources and focus. Using the tool variety of methods, both experts and citizens' insight and knowledge can be effectively obtained. The main user of the Insight Toolbox is Kurbas, but due to the focus to the free access of the tool, other actors like crime prevention councils or municipalities can use it too. But beyond that, and due to its free access, we often do not know who is actually using the Insight tool. To end my presentation, I would like to highlight now the implementation, how the implementation has shown the importance of finding the right solution for the right problem. By identifying what was missing in our work, we were able to develop a suitable tool which meets our actual needs. But implementation takes time beyond the actual project phase. And unlike usual, I'm still employed at the LK in Lower Saxony. after the end of the CCI project. And I was therefore able to dedicate myself to the implementation of the Insight tool. I myself use the tool for the Kurbas counseling process and can promote the tool through presentations on conferences, so other actors who might be interested in the tool can learn about it and to use it for their work. Now I will hand over to Khalid.
Thank you. My name is Khalid Ahmed, and I'm a research fellow at Greater Manchester Police. I'm here covering for Julia Hall, who unfortunately was not able to be here today. So I'm going to talk to you today about the experience of Greater Manchester Police in developing the Community Connect tool through the Cutting Crime Impact project. UK neighbourhood policing focuses on building strong connections between the police and local communities to address crime and disorder, improve community safety, and enhance the feeling of security. This approach emphasises visible patrols, community engagement, problem solving, and building resilience within neighbourhoods. I will just add a little note here as well. The term neighbourhood policing, more commonly that is the term used in the UK, but you also see the term community policing, which is used more widely across Europe. So just a little about the process GMP went through. So the aim of the Cutting Crime Impact project was to enable law enforcement agencies and security policymakers to adopt a preventative, evidence-based and sustainable approach to tackling high-impact petty crime. The CCI consortium was a multidisciplinary team which supports 6 LEAs, which includes Greater Manchester Police, in developing toolkits in different key policing areas. Following the principles of the design approach, LEAs undertake requirements capture, a process of research for understanding user needs, the context, and the potential areas of conflict. GMP undertook the requirements capture process for 4 months, which involved a range of research methods. This included observation of delivery of neighbourhood policing, and this was undertaken prior to the design lab. From the process of initial research to understand the user needs, several themes emerged, including many of the officers and staff reported issues with IT systems for recording crime. There were multiple issues that resulted from neighbourhood officers and staff being abstracted from neighbourhood work to support response teams. The role of the neighbourhood officer wasn't professionalised within the UK and therefore didn't have an attached requirement or training or continuous professional development. Officers were often moved posts within the organisation, which affected the relationships they had formed with the community. The CCI consortium was a multidisciplinary team which supports 6 LEAs. Following the principles of the design approach, LEAs undertake requirements capture, which I spoke about previously. And in this process, design labs play a pivotal role. A design lab brings together all CCI partners, promoting synergies between LEA partners and non-LEA stakeholders with the aim to engage them in creative idea of development process. During these sessions, LEAs and other CCI partners work on reframing the problems identified through the requirements capture research and generating ideas and new insight. And these are shared findings of the requirements capture research with other CCI partners. By working this way, they took part in a series of sessions during which they attempted to reframe the problem identified during their research, creatively challenging assumptions and generating new ideas and solutions. There is probably nothing more different to GMP's approach to the development of toolkits than a design lab. A board of senior managers based in the headquarters are responsible for filtering ideas and ensuring that limited GMP resources only go to ideas, products, and tools with an evidence-based success mark. A success mark usually requires the collection of hard, quantitative measures of the impact of a toolkit, the preferred one being the reduction of the number of crimes. The process of developing a toolkit is quite linear. Senior managers have the big agenda, they know the figures, and therefore they know the problem. They often resort to their experiences, their data and knowledge to analyze the problem and come up with a solution. That solution, which could be an operation, a tool, a new app, is usually trialed with the intent of collecting some quantitative evidence of impact. If the toolkit manages to get the evidence-based success mark at the end of the trial, then it is rolled out force-wide, meaning that every district, every police station, and every team will be asked to adopt it. It is essentially a linear top-down approach. During the design lab sessions, LEAs and non-LEA partners were supported in abstracting and reframing the problems and to creatively explore ideas and potential solutions arising from the requirements to capture research. When LEA partners joined the design lab, they had to give away control of their narratives about the problems they had identified, and that made some of them feel uncomfortable. For some LEA partners, the rules of interaction were challenging as well. Many of them were used to a military-style interaction according to which hierarchy always prevails. In a design lab situation, there is no hierarchical structure. No participant's contribution is weighted based on their rank, academic qualifications, or years of experience. LEA partners had to deconstruct their experience and mindset in order to effectively engage with the whole process. So where did this new challenge take GMP, and what problem did we focus on? Through the process of requirements capture, consultation with stakeholders, including senior officers within force and design lab processes, we focused on the issue of continuity within neighborhood policing. To deliver effective community policing, PCOs and NBOs really need to only acquire in-depth understanding of their local area, but they also need to build long-term relationships based on trust with key partners and citizens in their area. This means that each PCSO and NBO have to build a unique baggage of knowledge, connections, and relationships. When PCSOs and NBOs move to another post and leave their beat, this unique resource of knowledge and relationship leaves with them. The redeployment of PCSOs and NBOs out of their beat without proper handover is a major source of frustration, and this can negatively impact on citizens' trust and the perception of GMP as a whole. And during our requirements capture, the issue of continuity emerged as one of the most pressing problems identified by stakeholders and police officers affecting the delivery of community policing, as you'll be able to see in the quote on your screen right now. Building trust is fundamental for NBOs and PCSOs to operate effectively, and it is a time-consuming task. When you lose a key member of staff, you lose the relationship he or she has built, meaning that these relationships have to be built again from scratch, therefore affecting reciprocity between parties. And here are some further quotes from wider stakeholders about the issue. So what did we do? The solution was the development of the tool GMP Community Connect, which focus on sustaining community contact, trust, and engagement. And essentially, that is a basic handover guidance for our PCSOs and MBOs to help minimize the negative impact of neighborhood roles turnover, a protocol that encourages face-to-face handover to protect and transfer PCSOs and NBOs' knowledge. about preserving relationships with Greater Manchester communities and their trust in GMP, part of PCSO's and MBO's basic skill set in community engagement. And it is an effort to formalize GMP approach to community engagement, ensuring its consistency and continuity when neighborhood roles change. And the toolkit trial was concluded in March of 2021. Following officers and PCSO's feedback, some refinements to the main components of the tool were made. GMP Community Connect is now ready and is accessible to all GMP officers. GMP Community Connect consists of 4 main components: a community map, a map annex, the briefing day, and a social media handover notification. The tool was demonstrated across GMP from October 2020 and to 2021 of March, and research and evidence was collected about its success. Overall, the feedback was positive, and after the research and development process, GMP formalized the use of GMP Connect, Community Connect as a formal GMP procedure and has been included within the Force intranet for all officers to access. I will end now, leaving one slide with these concluding comments on your screen for you to read. Thank you for your attention.
Just take a very quick seat. Thank you very much to Melanie and Khalid. And I have to say a special thanks to Khalid. He found out last night that he would be doing the presentation today. And so thank you very much. You did a fantastic job. And I know it is incredibly hot up here. So thank you very much that you did that for us today. Okay, I just want to see if anyone's got any questions. Yes. Could someone take the microphone, please? Thank you.
Hi, I've got a question to Melanie. I wonder in your surveys whether you found any connections between the perceived safety and the actual safety, because I did some own research for my theoretical thesis, and I wrote about Angsträume, so areas in public spaces where people feel unsafe, and I tried to find where those places are and also where crime happens, but I had to focus on sexual harassment. So I'm very interested whether your surveys match mine.
So in our counseling processes, we divide between hotspots and places where people feel unsafe, Angsträume und Gefahrenorte. And our last project has shown that these places are not always the same places. So places where people might feel unsafe are not these places where actual crime happens. So
okay, yeah. So there might be some parallels, but it doesn't have to correlate.
No.
So, okay, yeah, great, thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there any last question that people want to pose, or shall we move on to the next presentation? No? Okay, fantastic. Then thank you once again to my speakers today. Okay, so I'd like to move on to the next section where we are going to be previewing the E2i Toolbox. That's divided into 2 parts, and we're going to be doing part 1 before coffee break and then part 2 after the coffee break. And I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Anca Serbanescu from the University of Salford, and we've been working together on the toolbox, so we're very pleased to be able to present to you today.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. Right, so this morning we presented the human-centered security R&I process, an approach to delivering end-user innovation and managing ambiguity and complexity relating to research and innovation. So this afternoon we're going to talk about our initial concept for how we might implement this process consistently across diverse organizations and projects using what we're calling the E2i Security R&I Toolbox. So we're going to provide an overview of how it's organized, how it works, and what tools might be included in it. So these are the steps that have been taken so far in terms of developing the toolbox. So we had a design lab last year. We take the results of that. We did data analysis, and out of that came a number of themes that were then clustered. This was then developed into key findings, and then that's then moved into ideas for tools and the structure of the toolbox and how we see it as being used. So the idea is we know we have this, this is our process model. A number of issues were potentially brought forward regarding potential problems with uptake or use relating to these different sections of the process, and these might be barriers to adoption. And these were outlined as potential barriers for end users, like so. And so what was happened then was we then have developed potential ways of addressing these barriers and looking at how we might use these different aspects to support the use of the R&I toolbox. So we had things like mentorship, targeted training, time management support, access to reliable data, change management strategies, and basically just making the whole thing easier to use. And if it was going to have any technical aspect to it, it needed to be very much intuitive and have a very low bar to entry. So what we have done is we have addressed the needs by looking at 3 different levels. At the first level, we have the R&I process, which is the sort of logic that was outlined this morning about how the process would work. And this feeds very much into the idea of capability and mindset, in that actually using an R&I, delivering an R&I project requires different capabilities at different stages, and in effect a different mindset, a different approach. Often this may be what is challenging for end users because, as was spoken about before, it often requires thinking from a bottom-up perspective rather than a hierarchical top-down perspective. So the idea would be that the toolbox would have things that support the development of capabilities and mindset at the appropriate phases. And then at the bottom level, we would have particular tools and methods that would support the R&I process, and that would also include relevant support materials to actually enable these things to be used. So we have this sort of 3-layer construct of the toolbox. And the goal of the toolbox is to the goal of the toolbox is to basically empower end users to navigate the R&I project, and through having this access to improved guidance and a curated set of particular tools related to the different phases. And that these tools and methods were designed in a structured way to enhance clarity, foster collaboration, and improve the success of R&I initiatives. So access to these tools, we're suggesting we aren't going to end up, unfortunately, it would be nice, sponsored by Black & Decker, a nice toolbox, but it's probably not going to be a physical toolbox. It's probably going to be something accessed virtually online. And so we're thinking of something that would be quite simple to use. And these would be the way in which these are the different phases of a project. And we'd have these different types of tools, which we'll explain in a moment, that would be accessed through a web-based interface. So we have, at the top there, we have the tools that would support capabilities, but then there would also be tools that are, we call core tools. There would be plus tools, which are tools that we recommend using because they're particularly insightful, but they may be a bit more challenging to use. And then we would also have, especially at the front end, what we're calling ELSA tools, so ethical, legal, social aspects of doing this sort of research in the security frame. And the idea would be, and also a final thing, we have event tools. So we've identified a number of I know we're all increasingly working online these days, but that we think that there are a number of important periods where the consortium, the research team, should come together face-to-face to do some activity. And we've identified where we think these are through the process, and we would provide material to support that. So the idea would be you would click on the interface and it would take you to a page about that particular type of tool. So there'd be a number of, in this case, a number of plus tools recommended, and then you'd select one and there would be material available, including downloads and possibly, we think there should be a lot of easily communicable stuff like animations or short videos from potential end users who've used it, so we get a sort of voice from the front line, if you like, to basically give confidence to people to use these tools. And then you click on the diamond to go back to the main model. So there's something, this is what we'll be prototyping, but some sort of simple to use, accessible interface like that. Okay, so moving on to our first tools. So the discover phase. Yeah. So is this you, Caroline? Okay. So we first talk about the tools that are in the discover phase. Caroline.
Okay, Andrew, sorry. Do you want to just do the first bit with the overview?
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry. Okay, so we have, this is the content of the toolbox in this phase. So you can see we have a number of different types of tool. We have the capability tool. So as we said, we feel that there needs to be something that outlines the skills and capabilities needed for each phase. So we've called this the compass tool. So we have this concept of a compass for each phase, which sort of sets the direction, if you like, sets the tone, and identifies the type of skills and attitudes that are needed in that area and helps with the sort of skills development in that level. We also identify in the discover phase the event there, which is the kickoff event. So we think at the beginning of a project, it's important for the consortium to get together face-to-face to undertake some of the tools, actually, we think would be useful to do at the very beginning to actually start to work together. And then we have two ELSA tools that we've identified, one about the data lifecycle and one about informed consent. So this would be giving best practice in multiple languages about how to do informed consent, so templates that people couldn't reuse. And then we have a number of core tools that we'll talk about, and some plus tools that we'll talk about.
I'm going from the project kickoff meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, yes. So as I said earlier, the Discover Compass is the idea to help support capability and mindset in this first phase. So we're thinking of some sort of animated video that would be used to help people familiarize themselves with the purpose of the phase, and some sort of orientation tool that enables them to understand the type of activities and tools that are going to take place there. An animation that would actually show what is the purpose of the phase, and also highlight the different types of events that might take place, or different types of tools that we take place, and give a general information to the general introduction to the tools used in that phase. And so the tools and methods, we've got events, we've got core tools, plus tools, and the ELSA tools. And then we have the project kickoff event, which I think is you, Caroline.
That's me.
I beg your pardon.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, so the first event then we recommend in the process takes place at the very beginning of the Discover phase, and that's the kickoff event. Now, most of you will be used to running a kickoff event, and the primary purpose of this is to bring people together then physically so that they can all get to know each other and make sure that they're aligned with core objectives around the R&I project. It's also an opportunity to introduce the team to the research and innovation process and plan some of the selected tools that might be relevant to the project. For instance, there are a couple of tools that it's suggested that could be used by a project consortium collectively at the kickoff meeting, including the stakeholder mapping tool. And this event will include templates and other materials to support productive and effective project kickoff event. Now, I know what it's like when you start a project. The kickoff event often comes very quickly. You've signed all the contracts and everything, and then you have to move forward with the project. So I think this is something that even those that are quite experienced in terms of projects might welcome. So conducting the kickoff event in person as a face-to-face meeting offers a number of benefits. It's an opportunity to understand the different perspectives of the consortium partners and learn more about their operational context and processes. Joint use of tools such as stakeholder mapping and process mapping provides an opportunity to collaboratively plan the problem framing and research to be undertaken during the Discover phase. In addition, it's a chance then to use the ELSA tools around ethical, legal, and social aspects that need to be considered before research is that actually undertaken with third parties. The idea is that the kickoff event tool would provide practical guidance in an accessible way and support the organisation in running an effective project kickoff event. So the tool would outline then key organisational and logistical steps, such as arranging online planning call with consortium members, selecting and agreeing particular dates or events, creating an agenda and an event schedule. So the tool would provide a structured approach that ensures that the event is well coordinated and achieves its objectives. The kickoff event would also be an opportunity for partners to agree on any repository system that must be used to collect documents and data management over the course of the project, and also reach agreement on the project's visual identity and related templates. So we would make sure then that there are editable and printable documents that people can download to use as part of the toolkit. So one of the core tools then in relation to the Discover phase, we have 4, is around the undertaking of desk research. At the outset of a security R&I project, it's important to build a solid understanding of the topic, and that's where the desk research tool would come in. The purpose of this core tool would be to support a project in a structured exploration of the background context and key challenges of a project early on. And so it's not just about reading reports, it's about gathering insights from a wide range of resources, academic and industry publications, civil society outputs, maybe podcasts, social media trends, videos, even informal conversations with stakeholders or experts. Good desk research gives us access to the big picture. The second core tool in this phase is the stakeholder mapping, which would support R&I consortia to identify and visually map the key stakeholders related to their R&I project. The stakeholder mapping tool would assist a consortia in identifying potential interview partners as well as the connections between them. This mapping process would highlight both central and peripheral partners' roles in problem context, providing insights into potential interactions, relationships, and needs. By visualizing this human network within the design system, stakeholder mapping provides a comprehensive ecosystem perspective rather than merely a narrow individual viewpoint. So this tool would provide facilitators with advice and guidance on conducting the activity, as well as templates for structured workshops on which groups of consortium members might collaborate. Support materials would include printable framework maps, as well as instructions for end users, partners, guiding them through the activity. Next, the third tool in Discover is the interview tool. While most involved in security R&I would be familiar with interview research, this tool would provide guidance to optimize the conducting and gaining of insights from an interview. This tool would enable end users to collaborate in project interviewing activities. End users generally have better access to potentially valuable interviewees, but may have less experience with conducting effective research interviews. The tool would help users, for example, identify subtle cues and behaviors, ask for better follow-up questions, avoid common pitfalls, and document key insights. Again, this tool would come in a printable form, and it would include things such as checklists, good practice examples for use in the field. And the fact that it's an editable template means that it can actually be customized to people's individual projects. Next, we're on to focus groups, the fourth core tool in the Discover phase. This reflects the value that group-based discussions of potential operational issues can bring, and how self-reflection within a group conversation can enrich the responses of participants. In a focus group, the interview dynamic of one-to-one is transformed into the many-to-one focus group dynamic. This allows the facilitator access to the perspectives, values, and insights arising from a group discussion. This tool will assist with planning and delivering an effective focus group, from the steps required in preparation to how the focus group should best be conducted. It would explain how valuable insights from a focus group can contribute to the Discover phase of the R&I process. Best practice guidelines and resources will be available to download and be printed as required. So now we move on to some of the plus tools. There are 3 plus tools in the Discover phase. As mentioned earlier by Andrew, plus tools are highlighted as having the potential to provide additional value to an R&I phase, and some R&I teams may not be familiar with using these methods. The first plus tool is rapid ethnography. Ethnography is a method used by anthropologists studying human behavior, customs, and culture. In the context of R&I, rapid ethnography is a means of drawing on this scientific method in a pragmatic way. It is used to develop a deeper understanding of operational contexts, behaviors, and decision-making. It can provide a real insight into the motivations, values, and preferences of stakeholders working in a relevant domain, particularly frontline end users. We found this tool particularly useful when we used it in our Cutting Crime Impact project. And so this Plus tool will provide all the necessary information to guide an R&I team through the step-by-step ethnographic research process. This would involve spending time with stakeholders in their operational context, observing their activities and interactions, understanding their reasoning related to actions or decisions taken, and generally gaining deeper insight into their roles, responsibilities, values, and motivations. The tool will provide guidance to support tool users reflecting on their observations and effectively recording them, helping them to frame and make sense of their experience in a critical manner. To make this method more accessible, the tool will provide printable guidance materials which can be used while research is being conducted. This might provide useful checklists of what to look out for, actions to take, and behaviours to avoid. In addition, the tool would provide guides on taking effective observational notes and structured note-taking sheets, as well as printable checklists to help plan actions before, during, and after the observational activity. Next, we move to auto-ethnography. So drawing on the previous tool, the auto-ethnography tool shifts the role of the researcher to the end user, in that instead of being observed, the participants actively document their own experiences. So this tool will equip relevant end users or stakeholders with tailored materials, such as notebooks or cameras, depending on the research purpose and context. This would support these research subjects, often frontline end users, to reflect on and record their practice and operational context, providing authentic first-person insights into their roles, behaviours, and environments. And lastly, for the discover phase, we had the process mapping tool. The process mapping tool is designed to help identify and map key processes and ways of working related to the challenge the R&I project is tackling. This tool is intended for collaborative use by consortium members, fostering group discussion to extract meaningful insights, cluster related topics and visually organise them, for instance on a timeline. This tool is particularly valuable to use during the project kickoff event to help attendees understand the different contexts and ways of working of end user consortium members. Process maps produced might identify stakeholders or places where that should be researched using other tools during the discover phase, and these process maps may be later amended or updated based on the results of such research. So this Plus tool will provide guidance on bringing the team together to collaboratively map out processes. This would normally be done using sticky notes on a shared map, with participants identifying key processes, elements, insights, and activities. The tool will offer clear guidance for those facilitating the process mapping, including step-by-step guide with best practices. And an accompanying printable map that can be printed at multiple scales will provide prompts and framework to help participants structure their thoughts effectively. And so finally, we then go to the ELSA tools in the discover phase. As you know, ELSA stands for ethical, legal, and social aspects, and we've identified 2 ELSA tools. The first of these is the data lifecycle tool. This resource will provide support and guidance on ethics in relation to data collection, data storage, data usage, data sharing, and data deconstruction. The other tool that we've developed is about informed consent, and this will be a downloadable template to obtain informed consent from potential research subjects in an accessible and well-designed way. Versions will be available in multiple languages and could be edited to suit the particular R&I project being used. Okay, so that closes then the tools in the discover phase, and we now move to the next phase of the R&I process, and that is the define phase.
So the define phase follows the same tool indexing structure as the discover. Tools are categorized into 4 types: capability, events, core tools, and plus tools. The first core tool is the Solution Direction Navigator, which provides a means of mapping insights from research undertaken in the discover phase against the indicated direction in which potential solution may lie. It provides a means of exploring the whole range of possible solutions indicated by discover phase research findings and moving beyond the first principal assumptions. The second core tool is the Design Brief. This is an editable template designed to assist R&I project consortia in drafting an effective and comprehensive design brief that addresses a clear problem. This tool will provide a foundational guide and a starting point for structuring and developing the R&I project's final design brief document. It is intended for individual use by the person responsible for defining the focus for the development of a practical output or a design solution, and offers a framework that can be expanded and tailored to meet the specific needs and focus of the R&I project. The design brief will be developed at the conclusion of the define phase, and as well as guided material, the tool will provide an editable pro forma document. Then, as a plus tool, we have the Insight Mapping tool. This is a collaborative visual tool designed to capture and organize key insights emerging from the discovery research. It serves as a visual space for collecting ideas, usually in the form of post-it notes or sketches, and helps the R&I team make sense of multiple findings from different sources. By using a visual map, this tool enables users to clearly structure, connect, and importantly, discuss emerging themes, challenges, and also opportunities. The Insight Mapping tool will provide R&I teams with a printable template they can use. It is suggested that this tool will be used during the define phase event called the Design Lab to help participants query, discuss, and organize the research finding before moving on to consider potential solution directions. Next, we have the Problem Framing tool. This tool supports R&I teams in collectively assessing and reflecting on issues relating to the challenge they are addressing. This starts with an issue at the surface level, and then it works towards uncovering deeper and perhaps unanticipated issues. Designed to identify and frame issues relating to security problems, this tool can synthesize key insights and prioritize future directions, and thus support the development and focus problem statements which underpin the project design brief. A problem statement begins with a phrase, "In what ways might we?" and serves to ask an open-ended solution, an agnostic question relating to an identified insight that might lead to the development of a practical output. This tool is also ideal for use at a design lab and provides a printable large format worksheet with instruction on how to use the framework also provided on the sheet itself. Another proposed tool is the R&I Opportunities Map. This is designed to identify other security R&I projects that might spin out of research findings generated in the discover phase. Finally, the event tool in the define phase is the Design Lab event, which we already mentioned a couple of times. And this event takes place at the end of the define phase and provides a space for R&I consortium members to collaboratively explore the findings and insights emerging from the discover phase research. Through a number of group-based activities, the Design Lab allows the consortium to generate different perspectives on identified problems and inspire multiple ideas of possible solutions. This workshop-style event supports both divergent and convergent thinking, encouraging creativity while moving towards one or more potential solution directions. Selected solution directions may be developed into design briefs and form the focus for the next stage of the process, the develop phase.
Thank you. So that brings us then to the end of the first part of the preview. So thank you to everybody. I realise that's somewhat of a whistle-stop tour of the toolbox. But we do have a little bit of time for questions. So if anybody would like to ask a question, then please do go ahead. Yes.
I had a question about the web-based interface, and you're going to make all the tools freely available. How are you going to make it so that you can track potentially who's using it, who's downloading it, and I guess follow the impact of the toolbox kind of down the line?
Thank you. Andrew, do you want to answer that?
Well, I mean, a good question. And if you have any ideas, let us know. No, we know that we have to do that. And obviously, as a university, we are more and more required to track impact. But what we want to do is not really overload people with having to register or membership or all that sort of thing. I mean, ideally, we'd like to build it into sort of a community of R&I, because a lot of people are involved in multiple projects or, serial R&I projects. So there is a form of community, and we know there is CERIS, which runs events for the research and innovation community. So it would be nice to have some way of people being able to, for example, post questions or get feedback or provide advice on there. And that's all something we will look at doing. So a nice question, Dagmar, but we're not quite at the point of having that sort of technical thing worked out. But yes, that is something we're looking to do somehow. Thank you.
Yes, I do think that's important, because what we would want to be able to see is how many people are interested in using a toolbox, and also to be able to track that over time. We're very interested in tracking our projects after the projects finish. At the university, because we're in the UK, we are actually encouraged to track the impact of our projects. So that means that we do spend time going back to projects and seeing what impact they have. So we will be wanting to do that in this case as well. So.
But also there's the potential to get feedback where there's something that people don't like or that doesn't work, and that we can improve and potentially add to tools that are particularly useful.
Thank you. I think we've got another question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This question comes from your answer. When you fill the project, do you have a budget? Do you make a budget for follow up your project, to feedback, and to make this tool active for the future, or just when it's finished, it's finished? The budget finished, the project is finished.
Yes, the fund and forget philosophy, you mean. The thing is that we have a budget to build something that will be demonstrated, and because it has to be demonstrated, then it has to work. So that is what we will do. And before we demonstrate it, we will also have prototyping. So there is sufficient budget to build the R&I toolbox, and that is what the project will do. In terms of actually looking at the impact afterwards, we do actually have university funds that we can then use to monitor impact after the project has ended, so that we can also do. And as I say, we have an interest in doing that, so that is what we will also do.
Just to say, though, that does relate to something that we touched on this morning. In our development of the process, we have moved demonstration to the deploy phase. Normally, it would be seen as part of delivery, whereas we're suggesting it should be seen more as a beginning of deployment and less as a sort of proof of concept, which is sometimes what it's called. So you prove your concept through prototyping. You actually demonstrate the actual plane that can take off. That's the demonstration. And so really demonstration should be in deploy, and that part of most projects the demonstration, which is more and more included within security R&I, that is funded. So in a way, if you frame demonstration as part of deployment, you're starting to fund the act of deployment, which is important.
Go to the back, please. I think we...
As soon as a tool is available, you want people to use it, I guess?
Yes, we do.
And you want to monitor how it is used?
Yes.
To what extent do you believe that people want to use your tool if it can be monitored? Where is the data stored? Who has access? We are talking here about research projects, about things that are not available yet. So why would people use a tool on your servers, and how do you think you can protect that?
Yeah, so how would we get people to actually use the toolbox? Is that what you're saying?
If the toolbox is there...
Sorry, don't use the microphone.
If the toolbox is available and people use it, I assume that certain people that are using it want their data to be protected. So if you are going to monitor how it is used, how many people are using it, who is using it, when are they using it, so...
We're not monitoring people's data. They're not giving us data. They are using tools themselves for their project. So there is no exchange of their project data with us.
Yeah, but do I understand well that once a tool is available, we can download the entire tool set, and then you see that we can say a certain government or a certain entity is using it, and this is for your statistical data, but nothing is stored on your servers, nothing is stored at university, nothing is stored at wherever. We are in control of where it is stored, because this is a serious consideration. A number of entities, companies, etc., will not use the tool to explain their thinking, their ideas, their projects, their processes, if they are not in control where it is.
Just say I don't. What we would be interested to know is how many people come onto the site to look at the tool. We wouldn't know information beyond that, and people would take particular tools. They would use them. We would have no access to that kind of information. We would not be getting any special insight into what projects people are doing or what they're using the tools for. So I mean, we'll certainly keep a check on that issue, but I can't see that it's going to be something that it's not what we'd plan to do, is to be able to keep some kind of record of what the projects are doing that are interested in the tool. Sorry, Andrew, you wanted to...
No, this is just it would be an online resource of tools created specifically for security R&I projects to use. And it would be research. Generally, a lot of it's about how they do R&I as a process, supporting that activity to increase the likelihood of having a positive outcome. Yeah.
I still don't get the point. So, or you have a toolbox and the toolbox can be used, we download it, but I don't see how it is used. So the things that you have shown so far are templates that will be filled up. So where do we store the data that is filled up? I think you have to think about that, because otherwise people will not use your tool. I do not guess, and probably Europol has to intervene as well. I don't think that law enforcement agencies will use a tool, explain a number of things, their process, whatever, then store it somewhere if it cannot be downloaded on our own servers. So
I mean, we can talk to you about it later, but people will not be sharing any information with us. They would just be downloading some kind of template for a meeting.
So that's the point. You download the template on your own systems.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we can talk to you about it later if there's specific issues there that we're not addressing for you. But I'll move on to see if there's any other questions. Okay, one more question then on table 3. Okay. Oh, sorry, there's another one. Yeah, thank you. Table 5.
Thank
you. I just have one brief question. I was wondering, in your ELSA tools, if there are any plans to also have a policy advocacy tool developed, because I think some projects, we've seen some really brilliant projects where I wish there was more policy advocacy involved as well, and maybe ELSA could be a possibility to develop such tool for those that want to use it to amplify the impact of the project on policy.
Okay, thank you. Andrew?
Yeah, I think if you have any ideas after hearing that, you see any gaps or think, oh, it would be ideal to have a tool for X, Y, or Z, do please let us know, because these are tools or needs that have emerged from the research we've done so far, but we're well aware that the range of different projects that get done in this field are huge, and the problems that different projects come up against are huge. So the idea of policy and advocacy support would be something very interesting, yes. So that would be ideal.
Thank you. Was there one more question from table 5? Or is that everything? No? Okay. Have we got any more questions? Okay. Thank you. Table 8.
I had a question also about the ELSA tool. So I was interested in the template you guys had on informed consent, but wanted to clarify, is that informed consent collection just for interview participants, or are there other templates as well? So my organization, Violence Prevention Network, does work with cases, and then data transfer between different organizations, if there are referrals on, is an important issue for us. So yeah, I would love to hear about what templates you guys have for that kind of thing.
Yes, we would look at developing informed consent for the types of research activity that we think people will be undertaking. So at the moment we've got things like interviews, focus groups, we've also got the ethnographic work that might be done, and so we're kind of aware that these are slightly different contexts in which informed consent has to be used, and if there's particular things that you think that we should be thinking about, we'd be very interested to have your feedback on some of our initial ideas as we are developing them, so that would be great. Thank you. Okay, I've got time for one more question.
Thank you very much for your nice project. Just we want to make sure that when we do a project, it's continuous and it succeeds. We know it succeeds from the beginning, but we don't want to see it in the shelf. We want to see it in the hand of the people. That's why I just make these comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's certainly what we want to see, is that the things that we produce out of our projects are used, and that is the primary focus of the work that we do, and that's why we so much think that the human-centered design approach is of so much value, because it's about getting something that is used. But having said all that, then obviously what we are aware of is that it's not just about providing a toolbox, it's also about encouraging people to use it. And so what we will need for that is a wider community of people who want things to change in terms of security, R&I. And so we very much look forward to working with all of you, that perhaps you'll see ways that you could help us in terms of encouraging people to improve their practices. And now to a very well-earned coffee break. We're coming back at 15:30. So thank you very much. We'll see you in 20 minutes. Thank you.
So that would mainly speak 15 minutes, even if I go super slow. I need to rush.
Steal the space.
Like basically, I don't see anything. I can see that wrong.
The microphone.
Yeah, I know.
You can always do that if you prefer. No, it's okay. Stick to the side if you can see it.
They've got the microphone near enough to them. Can you hear everyone It's okay, is it?
We don't hear us.
I know, and because I don't hear it because I'm sort of been sitting there. But it's.
Okay, you can hear. It's fine. Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean me. I meant the other people.
Which other people?
You know, like the people presenting.
Early this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were fine, weren't they?
Okay.
I mean, I could hear them down there. I was hearing them through the microphones. You're not hearing them by voice.
No, because I'm never down there, so I've never heard it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Good.
I've never been with the real group.
Have an introduction?
Are people coming back in?
I just want to take. Yeah, that's yours. That's all right. Thank you. I'll just take this
on
one
first.
I know Anca's on first. Yes.
Should put you first, Anca, because you're speaking to us.
Wanted to speak anyway.
I was only just going to.
No, it's meaning on the running order, we should have had your name first, because you're doing most of the speaking on this one.
Okay, if you'd like to take a seat, and we'll be starting in a few minutes.
That's one that does the dishes.
I just think we might have lost some. Okay, so thank you very much for coming back after the coffee break for part 2 of the preview of the E2i Toolbox. And Anca's going to start us off. Thank you.
So, welcome back. So in the first part, we introduced the tools proposed for the first 2 phases of the R&I process, discover and define. This second session will present our proposal for how the E2i R&I Toolbox will support the remaining stages of the R&I process: develop, deliver, and deploy. We will start with the develop phase. So the develop phase is primarily focused on generating ideas and developing concepts for practical outputs or design solutions that satisfy the one or more design brief created at the close of the define phase. For the develop phase, the toolbox will provide tools and methods that support development activities, from envisioning ideas to prototyping concepts with end users and stakeholders, and refining designs based on their feedback. This phase also includes a develop capability tool that aims to increase the dispositional capacities of consortium members, blending skills with attitudes, ways of thinking and working that supports the R&I process. In addition, the third event tool falls into the develop phase. This is the validation workshop, a collaborative face-to-face event in which developed specifications of practical outputs are validated by end users and stakeholders. The first core tool is the idea generation tool. This supports R&I consortium in generating a diverse range of ideas with the goal of moving beyond initial assumptions, which are often the most obvious solutions. It is about inspiring creative thinking and exploring multiple solutions possibilities. The tool is designed to stretch participants' imagination and uncover innovative approaches to challenges at hand. It will draw on exemplary activities from other disciplines and sectors, like design sprints techniques, picture prompts, or idea mashup. The storyboard template is the second core tool in the develop phase. This tool provides guidance and visual template that is used to communicate the process of using or deploying a solution concept as a coherent sequence of actions or events. Much like a comic strip or a movie storyboard, this technique provides a visual blueprint for a solution concept. effectively communicating how a concept works, the roles of different users, and what action is required. A storyboard allows for early identification of potential issues, facilitates better planning, and ultimately leads to a more engaging and cohesive final output. Storyboarding serves an ideal technique for envisioning how individuals experience a solution concept in the practice. Using a storyboard with an end user can be considered as the first step towards prototyping. The tool will provide a printable template for use in creating a storyboard. While it may be used individually, storyboarding can be used as a part of a group or online meeting, and the resulting scenarios compared to reveal different perspectives. In addition, during a validation workshop, a storyboard is an effective way to communicate to stakeholders details on how a proposed solution it is used. Next is Scenario Building Tool, which is designed to support individual reflection on the practical and strategic dimension of proposed solutions. It supports consortium members in exploring their ideas through situational narratives, considering how solutions might unfold in the real-world context and the implication of those. The tool will aid identification of potential challenges and the definition of strategic goals by grounding abstract ideas in specific scenarios and helping participants articulate a richer, more structured vision of their concepts. The concept template tool is designed to enable consortium members to communicate a developed design concept. The tool provides a template for presenting the concept that facilitates the translation of theoretical evidences and findings into actionable concept components. It captures what the solution idea is, why it matters, and how it addresses the identified problem and meets requirements, thereby helping to overcome resistance. Output from this tool may include the visualization of data using diagrams, as well as sketch images and descriptive text, enabling researchers to effectively communicate findings from their research most significant to their proposed concept. The prototyping tool provides details of various options for prototyping practical R&I outputs, using existing design prototyping methods currently employed in the commercial design sector. The process of prototyping, capturing feedback, and then refining as a design is an essential part of the development of an R&I practical output, or any design solution. This tool briefly explains a number of prototyping options in terms of how they work and the benefits they offer. Different options involve medium to high fidelity methods for prototyping and allows R&I teams to test design decisions while minimizing risk. The prototyping tool will assist consortium members in understanding and selecting the prototyping methods that best align with their solution designs. Prototyping options involve medium and high fidelity methods of prototyping that allows teams to try ideas while minimizing the risk. Okay, so now I will introduce you to some of the prototyping options available, starting with wireframing. Wireframing is the process of creating simple, low-fidelity sketches that show the layout of a website or an app. These include key elements like menus, buttons, and content areas, but without a detailed graphic or styling. Because they are quick and relatively easy to produce, wireframes are ideal for planning, getting feedback, and getting agreement on how design solutions should work. They help connect the structure and function of a design concept with the end user experience, and they can also map out how users move through a system. Wireframes are often the first step towards a more detailed designs or interactive prototypes. Then we have a desktop walkthrough. It is a simple, hands-on way to test how a service or process might work and be experienced before building anything real. It works by testing out the proposed service as a tabletop exercise. Different elements would represent a person with a role and would be moved around to show what happens step by step. It is a simple way to bring ideas to life quickly, spot gaps or problems, and make improvements. all without needing a technical prototype. Then we have interactive click modeling, that is a way to build a basic clickable version of a digital interface without writing any code. You start by sketching the key screens, then you upload the pictures into a prototyping app, and there you add interactive elements like buttons and link them to the right screens. The result is a clickable prototype that you can test and refine based on user feedback. Then invisible operator is a prototyping method where a user interacts with what seems like a working system, but it is actually being controlled behind the scenes by a person called wizard. And this allows consortium members to test key features and assess end user reactions early without needing a fully functional prototype. The practical output specification is a document that details the practical output that an R&I project has produced. It describes not just what it is, but why it is like it is, to support adaptation where necessary. It outlines key features, functions, materials, constraints, and performance criteria. Its purpose is to guide the production of the practical output in the deliver phase and ensure the finished output meets the end user needs and as well the project goals. It acts as a reference for designers, developers, and stakeholders. The first plus tool is the elevator pitch, which supports effective presentation of an R&I practical output. The elevator pitch is a short, compelling summary of an idea, product, or service designed to capture interest quickly. Typically, in the time you take to ride an elevator, so it's like less than 2 minutes, then it highlights the core problem, the proposed solution, and its value or uniqueness, aiming to spark curiosity and open the door for further conversation or support. It can facilitate the collection of valuable feedback from end users and stakeholders, while simultaneously involving and engaging them more deeply in the project. The tool will provide guidance on how to build an engaging presentation and advice on the structure of an elevator pitch presentation, such as a slide template pack to be completed with output-related information. The second plus tool is a quick prototyping, which introduces fast and simplified approach to early stage prototyping. It allows for rapid exploration of early design ideas and for design options relating to a practical output to be quickly considered, evaluated, and either implemented, refined, or discarded. Then using paper mockups, quick prototyping is a popular low-fidelity technique for developing and testing design outputs, including software and interfaces. Initial ideas can be quickly brought to life using simply paper or cardboard and then presented to the end user for feedback. Quick prototyping early in design development is a particularly valuable tool for effective design decision-making, allowing fast design failures and avoiding the cost of developing the wrong idea. Then we have the Concept Canvas tool that adopts a similar structure to the scenario building tool, but explores and communicates different aspects of the design solution. So once the concept has been finalized, the template supports detailed analysis of aspects such as the challenges and benefits, the operational context, potential routes to implementation, the roles and relationship of end users with the proposed solutions, as well as potential barriers to implementation. This tool is best used in collaborative contexts, such as meetings or workshops. The event tool in this develop phase is the validation workshop. This is ideally a face-to-face meeting at which the final design concept for an R&I project's practical output are presented to end users and stakeholders. This allows any minor issues to be identified and final amendments to be made. If effective prototyping has taken place, this should be minimal. If it is the first time end users have heard about a proposed practical output, the result may be more challenging. This event is held prior to the deliver phase to reduce the delivery of unimplementable or unacceptable project outcomes. This validation workshop is a key moment in the project. The goal is to validate the design of the proposed practical output before moving into the deliver phase, where it will be produced. In order to effectively communicate the design concept at this workshop, the storyboard template tool and the elevator pitch tool may be useful.
Thank you. Okay, so now we move on to the next phase of the R&I process, which is called the deliver phase. So the deliver phase primarily involves tools and methods that highlight the end user's values and skills, as shown in the overview. It also includes a capability tool to guide you through the stage and facilitate the generation of practical outputs by the end of the project. Excuse me. A demonstration plan is designed to prepare and organize the demonstration activities that will take place during the deployment phase. It serves as a practical guide to ensure everything is ready and runs smoothly. The demonstration plan is a structured document that outlines how a solution, service, or product will be showcased during the deploy phase. Its purpose is to ensure that all necessary preparations, activities, and approvals are in place for an effective demonstration. And the plan can take the form of a timeline or a checklist outlining key steps, responsibilities, and the resources needed for an effective demonstration. The delivery plan outlines how the solution will be rolled out and implemented. It provides a clear structure for managing the delivery process, ensuring all tasks are completed on time and in the correct order. The plan typically includes a timeline to show when each activity will take place, as well as a checklist to track key actions, who's responsible, and required resources. And the technical verification tool acts as the final quality check before implementation begins. So it ensures that all technical components are in place and functioning as expected. This tool typically takes the form of a detailed checklist used to confirm that every critical element has been reviewed and approved before moving forward. So in terms of the plus tools, the implementation plan outlines how the final output will be put into action during the digest phase. It serves as a practical roadmap for turning ideas into reality, ensuring that all necessary steps are clearly defined, scheduled, and resourced. So the plan typically includes timelines, checklists, and strategies for engagement of relevant end users and stakeholders.
Thank you, Andrew. So now we move on to the next phase of the R&I process and the final phase that we're considered today. I'm sure you're pleased to hear. So that's the deploy phase. The deploy phase is centered on presenting the outputs of the demonstration and effectively communicating both the results and the overall impact of the project. During this phase, the Deploy Compass tool supports strategic alignment and guides decision-making. A key element of the deploy phase is delivery of some demonstration activity planned in the previous stage. This is the demonstration of an R&I project's practical outputs and may span several weeks or several months, depending on the project's scope. Another element in this phase is the event tool for the final project event. This will showcase research findings, key insights, and practical outputs to end users and relevant stakeholders, demonstrating the value delivered by the project. To support these and other activities in the deploy phase, 4 additional tools will be available to enhance communication, ensure thorough documentation, and facilitate dissemination of results. The first core tool is Demonstration Feedback Tool, a template report that captures the results of the demonstration of a project's practical output. The report describes the demonstration process, details the methods used to capture end-user and stakeholder feedback, and presents the feedback on practical outputs gathered. In addition to the core tool, there are 2 plus tools in the deploy phase. The first of which is the Innovation Classification Tool. The Innovation Classification Tool supports project consortia in classifying the specific innovation resulting from their R&I project. This tool helps consortia identify whether an innovation comprises technology, product, service, process, and/or communication. This is particularly valuable for projects that have developed non-technological innovations. The tool provides a template showing the systemic identification and categorizing of the types of innovation present in the project. Organized into main sections, the tool highlights the types of innovation employed in a project output, potential exploitation and reach, and mechanisms for exploitation. The second plus tool in this phase is the Communicating Outcomes tool. This can be approached in various ways, from bespoke websites or web portals to inclusion in other relevant databases. Websites are particularly effective for presenting project outcomes in a clear and structured manner. A well-designed web portal can be organized into distinct sections, making it easy for end users to navigate and understand the key results and impact of a project. A good example of a web portal for a security R&I project practical output is the web portal created for the Lisbon Community Policing Tool, which aims to strengthen trust between police officers and local residents. Developed by the Cutting Crime Impact Project, the web page begins with a problem statement, briefly outlines the initial challenge and how the tool was designed to address this. This is followed by a detailed presentation of the tool itself, including its key components and the intended end users. Next, the portal features a project timeline, tracing the journey from requirements capture with end users through tool design and final delivery to tool implementation. Additional sections provide insights into the research methodology, as well as the demonstration activity that was undertaken, and details the real-world application of the tool. This structured approach ensures transparency and accessibility, helping site visitors and potential end users clearly grasp the project's impact and value. Importantly, the tool components can also be downloaded for use by practitioners. The final project event marks the official close of the project, celebrating its achievements and reflecting on its journey. It highlights key outcomes, explores the potential impact, and fosters discussions on future opportunities. Crucially, it also serves to strengthen and expand the project's network, encouraging new connections and ongoing collaboration beyond the project's end. During the final project event, feedback from the demonstration and practical outputs can be shared with attendees, discussed, and more widely communicated. In addition to networking with potential end users of the project outputs, the final project event lends itself well to promoting uptake of a project's practical outputs by other relevant end users and benefiting from the endorsement of project partners. So thank you for listening. Instead of questions, we are again going to move to a plenary and discussion section where you will have the opportunity to discuss the E2i Toolbox.
Okay, so I know that was a lot to take in a short amount of time. Thank you very much for your patience. What we'd now like to get is your input. So we've shown you this idea of this E2i Toolbox and what it constitutes, but we don't just want your reactions to it, we'd really like your input, which is where you'll notice the tablecloth on your tables has changed to another piece of paper. So we'd like you to, rather than open the floor to questions, we'd like you to work together at your tables in a structured discussion activity. So we have our numbered tables as we had last time, and at each table, this time you'll tackle 2 questions together. The first one is a very quick icebreaker warm-up, post-lunch wake-up perhaps, idea-generating activity, and the second one is a more deeper discussion into a particular issue. And so you've got the large A0 size worksheet, you've got post-it notes and marker pens, and you will soon be given an envelope containing the question for your table. I hope the people who helped us, would you mind, Anca? Thank you very much. Who helped distribute them this morning will do the same thing. So it's a larger envelope this time, signifying more important matters. And not at all that we ran out of small envelopes. So one of them says question 1. Make sure you're doing the Q1 ones. Yeah, Anca? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so don't hand them out yet. So just hold on a second. I need to give them instructions, otherwise they'll be opening the envelopes. So first, question 1 is a quick fire challenge. So carefully read the question that you're given and answer it, and then work together to respond to the question. But for the first question, please only use the green post-it notes that you'll see have sprouted on your table. So you may need to subdivide some of the packs together. Hopefully you won't run out. If you need more, I think there's a couple of tables where people didn't come back, so we can redistribute them. Okay, so we want you to capture your thoughts and ideas on your A0 sheet, but for this first question, don't write on the sheet directly, just write on the green post-it notes, please. And then the focus for the first question is on quantity over quality. So be creative or be adventurous and just go for it. And we would suggest as a hint, when you're given the question, to think about classes and categories of things when generating ideas. Okay, so if you please could hand out the envelopes. Thank you.
Do you want to say that they should move together?
Yes, if you're on a table by yourself, would you please move to a table with a couple of others? So the gentleman on table 10 at the back, would you join table 6 perhaps? Thank you. And I don't think there anybody is at table 9. Table 8, are you all by yourself? Would you like to join table 4 perhaps? Table 4, Anca? Or table 6? Yes, great. Are you going to, all right, you're recording the event for posterity. And I don't know whether, Jean Guido, whether you want to join, are you okay? Oh no, you've got a new member. You're now officially a team, thank you. Okay, so when all the envelopes have been handed out to the various colours, is that right? You all should have a Q1 envelope, right? If you open it up and distribute the contents, then you can have a look at your challenge. So as I say, this is a sort of a quick fire wake-up challenge, yeah? So there's only one sheet, so hand them out so people can see them. You have 5 minutes to answer, yeah, only on the green. No. You should have question 1, right? That's question 1. Does it say challenge 1 at the top? That's the right question, right? Yeah, quick fire challenge, that's the one. So just generate some post-it notes, really, volume. Okay, thank you very much for that. Hopefully you had enough green bits of paper for that, bits of post-it note. So now we're going to move on to question 2. So if you hold on, don't open the envelope yet. So this one is a bit longer, and we want you to explore the broader security R&I ecosystem. So we talked today about our toolbox, which was very much limited to the projects section, but thinking about the broader security R&I system, We want you to explore these issues, share your views, and record your thoughts, again, on the paper down there. So we've provided you on your question sheet some prompts to help guide your thinking, but that you don't need to feel you need to answer them all one by one. This time, please only use yellow post-it notes so we can see the difference between your question 1 answer and your question 2. So if you could not use any more green, what you might want to do is, if it's appropriate, incorporate some of your green answers into your second question or second answers, yeah? But if you can please use the yellow post-it notes for this second challenge. And the envelopes, are they all being handed out? Everybody has an envelope? Fantastic. Okay, so if you want to open it and have a look, tell you what we'll do, because we're feeling nice. We'll give you a minute to read what's in the envelope. If you want to open the envelope and distribute the contents, and I'll give you a minute to have a read of it. And then you'll have 15 minutes to discuss it and basically map, plot, however you want to use. Feel free to write on the sheet with some of the marker pens, however you want to do it, and organize your thoughts. Thank you. Okay, so you have 15 minutes from now. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you very much for working so hard in this oppressive heat. Let's hear what you think then. So, although each table had a unique set of questions, there was actually a commonality between, as we did before, between the coloured of the questions. So different groups will have hopefully tackled the same challenge. So from each question set, we'll hear from one of the tables that explored it, and then the other table can tell us a bit more about their ideas or any reflections or different opinions that came about, okay? So let's start with the red group questions. So do we have anybody from a red team? Table 4, I believe you're a red team. And table 6 is a red team. So should we start with table 4 first? So your questions were to identify as many different possible review criteria for funding calls. And then the second one, which is what we'll focus on, is in what ways might we review security R&I proposals so as to ensure funded projects engage end users and stakeholders in problem framing, solution validation, and implementation for real impact. So you have a microphone? Yes, excellent. If you wouldn't mind giving us a brief summary of your ideas for each of the... So what was your highlights, anything that was stood out, anything that you maybe disagreed on, or what you felt was important or surprising? So thank you.
Okay. So is it? Yeah, it's, sorry. Yeah, it's right. So at our table, we talked a lot about stuff that we already touched on earlier. So I just gonna conclude the highlights. So for the first question, possible review criteria, I think it all circles back to that the proposal should be feasible in a sense that the designed solution is practical, it actually can be carried out, which meaning that it's also a complete solution, so nothing is amiss, and you get an idea what's supposed to be in the what's supposed to happen in the project, so it's understandable, and it also should have a focus on innovation, so that it clearly emphasizes what innovative element is in the project, and it should have a strong practical element to it as well, so that it can be seen how the practical partners will be involved, but also leads to the second question, which was to ensure that end users are engaged. And we found that it's important that end users are more engaged in the application process, so that they also have a stronger say in the direction of the application process, and it's important to involve them from the beginning. Then we talked a little bit about the project, how the project should engage with end users during the course of the project. So considering input from end users in the solution development process and actually take it into account, meaning all partners in the project see eye to eye, and there's not so much a top-down approach, but more a partnership.
So just to ask, because this was about review, yeah? So it was about, so how should we review these proposals to ensure that? Yeah, so did you think about criteria that a reviewer should be looking for in terms of being able to ensure that the project did have those aspects?
It would be good if that would come forward from the project proposals. So that reviewers should look for cues that indicate that there's really this thought of partnership. Yes. I think. Then also implementation plan is important. Saying how things should be tested, throughout needs analysis, so that would be some other things. But maybe the other group wants to add some things.
Thank you very much, yes. So does our other red group, Group 6, did you have anything to add in terms of how you might do it?
So in terms of the things for the review, we've got points like creativity, community impact, value for money, timescale, soft outcomes, quality of outputs, and novelty, and risk-taking. What else? Delivery time. That was a big thing we talked a lot about, was the speed of the delivery and the worry that things get out of date so quickly, and that there's a real appetite for getting things out as fast as possible before technology changes.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody have any thoughts or comments to add to any of that? No? Excellent. Well, we'll move on to our next group then, which would be our yellow group. So that is 3, I can't see, is 7. What colour are you, Paul? You 7, yeah, so 3, 7, and I think 3 and 7 at the moment, yeah. Okay, so your question was about how might we better explore the problem space and understand relevant end user and stakeholder needs, priorities, and operational contexts. So do you want to talk a bit, first of all, Table 3, a little bit about what your thoughts were on how projects might better do that?
Seems we are not in a democracy here.
If there was,
I was elected. Oh, okay.
If there was,
I didn't candidate. So, well, the first question is apparently quite easy about idea identification of the types of potential end users and stakeholders, because we have been discussing for decades on how to include, to involve, and so
we had a huge amount of possible actors. I don't think it's the occasion to read them. We all know them.
But let's focus on the second, the more discursive one, rather. The first one was just a...
Yeah. So how to identify problem space, understand relevant end user and stakeholder needs. Of course, we identified a lot of mostly practical activities.
Okay.
And with a warning, this has to be done from the very beginning, not at the end, just to listen. We identified these problems. Do you agree with us? And so we can have basically from the easiest procedures like community meetings or interviews to focus group yes, this is also interesting. They're spread around, so I don't have everything on my mind. But there was an important aspect that was to be careful not to fall into this kind of populist involvement that was very fashionable 20 years ago or something like that, and always to distinguish between the general involvement and the trained and specific collection of information and structuring of data. And building the problem should be well structured, not just listening to the people.
Yes. So quality, not quantity. Yeah,
of course. Without forgetting anyone, of course.
No, of course. Anything else from your group, or shall we move on to the other yellow team?
Yeah.
You can tell about
there was it emerged the fact of train the trainers. I mean, to be sure that the people who are in charge of structuring the problems are effectively trained in doing that.
Yes.
Not just because they are a member of the project, but they have specifically been trained on structuring and collecting information.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, shall we move to table 7, the other yellow team? Did you have anything different or alternative? Or
Yeah. We decided in 1 minute that wording like problem space is nonsense. That's no rocket science. So we said we need a very concrete problem, and most of the problems we have here are local problems: speeding, driving. I had a problem. I defined myself as a mayor of a city, and I said, how do we make our city safe and secure? And we had all the different groups. And to zoom in on the question of the mayor is how do we make our city safe? Important are election results, of course. And then you had all these questions about types of research, and I decided to do city walks and city discussions and talking and walking and day and night, and then do research, victim service, etc., etc. Then I decided, well, we outsource all the research shit to an external bureau. That's easy. Then there were problems with subgroups. They didn't recognize themselves because the languages were different, minorities, etc. Then the press made a complete minced meat of the results of all that research. And then I said as a mayor, okay, there is a representative political system in this town. Let me decide what the problem is. So that was a full circle.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so shall we move on to the next table, which is the green group? Do we have any green groups with us? We have table 5, and do we have... Table 10 is all by himself at the back. So I think it's table 5 and table... Oh, and there's Elad on table 8 by himself, but he wasn't here. Okay, so table 5. So basically you were looking at different things you might learn from a completed project, and in what ways... Oh, dear.
Don't worry, we'll sort it in a bit. Just to say to the Bezalel team that this will be our last table, so you'll be ready to come up in a few minutes. Yeah, fantastic.
So in what ways might we develop security R&I funding calls that better address the priorities and needs of end users and citizens? So did you have any thoughts or feedback about that, Jean-Guido?
Thank you.
We consider that for sure we have to involve the local authorities and especially the cabinet of the mayor, who is much more entitled to direct different policy to different departments. The other main actor to be involved during the preparation of the project proposal are, of course, scientific researcher, because give us a different point of view, a different knowledge that is not always available for people that work on the project, and considering also, of course, the point of view of the local communities and especially special ethnic minorities or any kind of minorities, because they are usually underestimating the voice.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so to wrap up, we will, thank you very much, you made it all through a very, very hot and sticky afternoon. We've had a nice amount of discussion this afternoon. Thank you very much for all your work you've been doing together in your teams. What we will do is capture everything you've put on the paper today, and we'll be using it to help inform and review the stuff that we're developing as part of the E2i R&I Toolbox and the wider R&I ecosystem work we're doing. So thank you very much for all your help, and we'll now move on to the next parts of our programme. But a round of applause for all of you. Thank you.
I'd just like to invite everybody else to sit back and relax, and I'd like to invite the Bezalel team and the judging panel to take over from this point, because now we are going to move on to the E2i Student Design Challenge. Oh, we'll get you the trophy. Andrew, you get the trophy.
Okay, it's the last session of the day. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the special session of the E2i Symposium dedicated to the E2i Student Design Challenge, celebration of creativity, collaboration, and the power of design to address complex societal and security challenges. From the beginning of the E2i projects, have embraced design as a mindset, a methods, and a set of tools. Design is not something that comes after an idea. It is the engine that drives the idea forward through exploration, interaction, and engagement. The human-centered design process was central to the creation of the E2i Toolbox. This toolbox is a result of design research involving end users, stakeholders, and security practitioners in collaborative process that aims to generate practical, adaptable, and scalable solutions. The E2i Student Design Challenge was created with three aims. First, to involve young designers in real-world security issues, giving them the tools and the experience to become active contributors in this field. Second, to open a dialogue with security professionals, showing through concrete examples the value that design can bring to the work. And third, to explore how designers generate impact, helping us better understand the unique contributions of design within involved innovation process. Elad, please.
Thank you. Participants were offered two different briefs, as you can see in the slide here. Both were rooted in real concerns and demanded empathy, responsibility, and innovation. The responses that we received were inspiring. So this afternoon, we are thrilled to announce the winner. But before we do, allow us to introduce the distinguished members of our jury who brought a wide range of expertise and deep insights into the process. Professor Paul Ekblom, a leading thinker in crime prevention, security, and community safety. His frameworks have shaped thinking and practice across Europe with strong emphasis on clarity, systemization, and evidence-based innovation. Nick Azeri from Europol Innovation Lab, working at the forefront of integrating technology and innovation into the security ecosystem of the EU, and Professor Carlo Vanicola, who unfortunately couldn't attend here. He is a professor of industrial design at the University of Camerino, Italy, a mentor, educator, and advocate of good design for social goods. So thank you, jury, for your thoughtful and generous contribution. And I would like now to invite all the finalists to receive the award, the certificate of becoming a finalist, who were selected from different presentations. Okay.
These are not the finalists, these are the judges. Huh?
And now the finalists. Please come on the stage. So in a way, just you were selected as winners to present in this education. All right. You'll be heard from here.
May I just add that we were, as judges, really quite inspired by what we saw. So let me hand out the certificate to Lucy and Fanny.
Thank you so much. We have two.
Thank you. Oh, perfect. I have here the certificate for Lucas. Thank you. Leah. And of course, two of the participants couldn't travel in person, Tene and Miriam, and I trust the colleagues will hand the certificates to them back home.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll just leave that
here. Yeah. So without further delay, let us present the E2i Student Design Challenge Trophy. You can see it over there in the image, and it's also here on the table. And introduce the winner, whose work reflects the very spirit of this project: bold ideas, collaborative energy, and deep commitment to improving lives through design. And the winner is Tene, who is unfortunately is not here. He's not here with us. But we have a video of his work. If the people in the back can turn on the video.
Hello, my name is Tene. I study industrial design in Jerusalem. This project began with my strong, independent sister, Matar, who thinks twice before going out alone at night. Other solutions, like alarms or sprays, are intimidating and unreliable. Luna was born to foster independence and provide a friendly solution. Through a co-design process that included 80 interviews, we identified 3 common problems: social pressure that make it hard to respond, a lack of confidence using complex devices in stressful situations, and discomfort carrying something that feels like a weapon. Our solution is a semi-automatic system with a soft, accessible hand tool. And now will be presented by my co-design partners.
Of course I carry my liberty. Why would I think twice?
To enjoy life, I need to know I have the tools to handle whatever comes my way, and that I'm on my own. So we took what the body does best, intuition, and what technology does best, control, and created our empathetic, friendly protection system.
It's called Luna. It's a smartwatch app and a soft, friendly object with a modern look and a feminist chic. Put it in your pocket, clip it on your pouch. If something feels off, just hold it in your hand. Its design is customizable, so you can choose a look that fits you.
Be yourself with it.
Reading physiological signals from my body, Luna alerts me when I'm under stress. And if I do not turn it off, it will automatically intervene with lights and sounds to de-escalate uncomfortable situations. And if needed, it sends out an alert for help.
The escalation path is clear, and I'm always in control. In extreme cases, the physical device is symmetric and easy to feel. I can grip it in different ways, even without looking. I activate it with an intuitive fist press that requires no training or precision.
It turns on light and makes sound in unclear situations. And in emergencies, it can also release pepper spray.
The rest of the time, it's completely safe, thanks to the smart safety lock. Its design is minimal, clean, and modern, and you can add a custom cover to make it your own. That way, you keep your style and say yes to everything the world has to offer.
So why should I think twice? I carry my liberty.
Thank you, and I would like to invite Professor Paul Ekblom to explain the jury's decision.
I should first of all say that this was it was not an easy process for us, because all the finalists had some great points, and they were rather different solutions to different problems. So but we did actually unanimously agree in the end, which was very pleasing and rather a relief to us. All showed imagination and depth, and all of them involved some sort of community action rather than just relying purely on technology. All of them focused on prevention and anticipation rather than simply reacting to a problem once it had become serious. And all of them, when we spoke to them, had thought in some way about countermeasures by offenders or other operational problems, things that could go wrong and things that were unplanned. But on Tene, the winner, we liked his fact that he did a lot of interview work. Excuse me. He had a very sharp analysis of all the friction points which inhibit people's self-protecting security actions. He designed it so that the response involved gradual escalation rather than just all or nothing. He was interested in continual development, and there was some customizable design elements which would be adaptable to lots of different users and their needs and preferences. So we were happy with our choice. Thank you.
So I think that's it. We're done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, let me have a look. So I'd just like to start then by saying thank you very much to our judging panel and also to our Bezalel team. We're so pleased that they were able to get here today, and we're very pleased that we're being able to host the Student Design Challenge. Congratulations to all the finalists that were here today in person, and also to those, obviously, who joined us online. We very much look forward to next year's Student Design Challenge, which will be announced in September. So I'd like to close our symposium today with some observations about innovation and a brief outline of E2i's next steps. Innovation in security isn't defined by what's new, it's defined by what works. And for any solution to work, it must make sense to those who use it and to those affected by it. This means treating innovation as a collaborative practice, not merely as a technical deliverable. It means recognizing that how we innovate, who gets to frame the problem, whose expertise is valued, and whose needs are prioritized matters just as much as the outputs. To misquote Bill Clinton, it's the process, stupid. In fact, we'd go further and suggest it's about the innovation ecosystem. We've gathered practitioners, researchers, and policymakers to share ideas on what a more human-centered, implementation-ready R&I ecosystem might look like. We really appreciate the support we'd had from Nicolas Bessot in the European Commission and from Europol Innovation Lab. If the ideas we've shared today have resonated with you, we hope that you will continue to support Engage2innovate. From November of this year, we'll be demonstrating the E2i Security R&I Toolbox with our LEA partners, the Landeskriminalamt in Lower Saxony, Germany, and Greater Manchester Police in the UK. We'll also be prototyping tools related to the wider innovation ecosystem. So if you're working on a security R&I project and would be interested in testing some E2i tools, we'd be very interested to hear from you. We welcome your thoughts on the model and the various papers we shared. And if you're a security policymaker, we hope that you will review the recommendations shared in the E2i policy briefing. We'd welcome your feedback. We'll be holding our third E2i Symposium in September 2026. We hope that you'll join us there. And in terms of a thank you, I would very much like to say thank you not just to the E2i Project Consortium, but also a big thank you to our advisory board members. This symposium would not have been possible without our great organising team, and we thank in particular LOBA for their support. Oops, sorry. So in terms of the event today, then we would very much welcome your feedback. So we have a QR code, hang on, which I'll provide for you. So if you could go onto the QR code and give us your feedback, then we would very much welcome that. So it's just left for me now then to close the Security Innovation Matters Symposium and say thank you to everybody, and I do hope that you have a safe journey home. And that's the QR code. It's just coming up. So on the thing, on the back of the programme. So thank you, everybody. That's it. Thank you. One more. Good. Thank you.